I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs spoon. Don't turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make a man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Ninja boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. When I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, I'm scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Ooh, that soldier in the mirror, oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Django. Get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tempo. Personality, spicy body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in, I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Ooh, that soldier in the mirror, oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
guys know, I know you guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Alston.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Alston.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone. Welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to see all of you guys today. Thank you so much, Marion, for becoming a new member. That was a very nice surprise. So thank you so much for that. And it's so good to see all of you guys. And hey, Chuchi, thank you for being here, Chuchi. I appreciate you so much. Thank you guys for sending up love and prayers for our friend Chuchi. You know, it's hard when we lose like anyone in our family, right? And pets are our family, especially the cuddly ones. But I even think that sometimes if people have even, you know, a snake or a lizard, that's still their cuddly friend, right? We saw Sebastian with his snake and he was hugging his snake, it looked like, you know, and his snake was hugging him, even though those things are scary in my opinion. I don't really like that when they coil around me, but again, it's just part of, your family and, who you're used to taking care of and being there for, and you feel like they're there for you too, right? When you need them. So, I just appreciate all of you guys very, very much. And, I know that everybody was kind of sharing in the chat. So thank you for doing that and waiting on me. I had an important call come in, so I had to take that call, and I was a little bit late coming in. But you guys know how the day shows are. Boy, oh boy, it's like go check. Lady Freedom might have pushed the show up. But I appreciate you guys being here, and thank you, Little Miss Sharon. So good to see you. I know it's early for Little Miss Sharon. I know, and see all of our friends on different time zones. And here on the East Coast, I feel like I'm, you know far, far away from everyone. Hello, Miss Ann Reynolds. And I'm so sorry you're not feeling good, Miss Ann, but thank you for being here. And if you could listen, I appreciate that always. Hello, Linda Hall. So good to see you. I had some sinus pressure. I think it was sinus pressure because I had such a bad headache yesterday, but I was also listening to a lot of craziness. So I've been talking to people about putting a panel together because I'd like to at least do one live show. A couple of my videos were taken down because there was a lot of truth in those videos, and people don't often like to hear the truth. But it is what it is. So I want to do one where we just talk about the effects of what happened with the blowout in the community here, because I think it's important to at least address some of it. And what sucks is that you can talk and talk and talk, and people will choose and listen to what they choose to listen to, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Again, it just is what it is. Sasha, so good to see you, and thank you for being here. And that's right. We're going to be boots on the ground. I'm going on location to Tennessee here in about a week. So I don't have a whole lot of time. It's ticking away for me. That's another thing too. It's just been, life and then traveling, which I enjoy. And hello, Scarlet Begonias. That's the reason I'm going back to Tennessee, is because I enjoyed my time there. And I want to be a support, hello, Sparky Doo. So I think a lot of, with the gathering of voices, it's going to be, a show out of support and love for Sebastian, of remembrance that we haven't forgot that he's missing. I think that if we're on YouTube and, especially in this community, those of you who are here all the time, I mean, we talk about Sebastian more than anyone. And then we do Devlin's case a lot. We talk about Crystal McCrory Jones and, other cases that are in the news, but we mostly cover Sebastian, because he's still missing. And I think the more that we talk and the more that we build awareness, because Sebastian's story is very convoluted. There's a lot of things in Sebastian's story that, we still don't even know, or we can't confirm. I hear people, putting out information that's never been confirmed before. And I'm very hesitant to do that, right? Because if we're focusing on that information, then we're not focusing on the information that we need. And again, we could be barking up the wrong tree or falling down the wrong rabbit hole. And so it's a waste of time. At the end of the day, it's just a waste of time. And it's so good to see you guys. Thank you for being here, Deanna, Sparky Doo. Hey, Tamara, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. And Sandy is here. Good to see you. I just want to make sure I get everybody that's in here. Love to shout you guys out because you guys are awesome. Let's see. Brenda Calvert is here. Good to see you, Brenda Calvert. And hello, Liberty. So we're going to have a discussion really quick. I want to point this out because, Liberty, I see you in the comments and I understand how you feel. In Sebastian's case, there's a lot of corruption, right? That we don't always see. I think corruption is more rare than it is prevalent in many cases. So what I mean by that is that I think that most police officers are in it for the right reasons, and they want to help find the missing. They want to help solve the case. They want to help uncover the truth. I really believe that in my heart of hearts, right? So when, again, we're dealing with Sebastian's case, which is so convoluted, that I think that we have a mixture of that, right? I think that there are a lot of factors that play into Sebastian's case. Again, I talk about unconscious bias and how that can really, it really can make it to where evidence can be lost or there could be missed opportunities. And I think that that happened in Sebastian's case at the beginning, also operating off of one assumption. Again, that doesn't always go over well for, well, mainly in investigating cases. And that's what I want to talk about today, is how we actually get into trying to investigate a case, especially at our level, because we're not law enforcement, right? We're not law enforcement, and we, are doing the best we can. We're the public. We are interested in public safety issues, like when our kids are going missing, right? Because we've talked a little bit about that, even Chuchi and I behind the scenes, talking about how our kids are not safe, even with school pictures. It's very, it runs very deep. And then everyone, there is all a buzz about Epstein, right? The Epstein files. Let's see them. I think they should just release all that shit. You guys know how I am here. I'm like, release all of it. Let it be known, because that way, when it's out there, it's known and people can process it, right? But if people are just, oh, I don't know what's going on, we're not sure, they're gonna go into wild conspiracies at a certain point, because we're trying to fill in the blanks. And that's what we do, when we don't understand. Even if I was to tell you, just something easy like, I can't find my dog, right? Just to put it very easily. My dog went missing, but I don't know what happened. And it's like, if you're not telling people what you think happened or what really happened, people are going to key into that you're not telling the truth, you're hiding something, you're being dishonest somewhere. So, if you're going to tell us that you just don't even know what happened, like maybe my dog ran away, well, is there a hole in the yard where he could have got through the fence? I mean, these are the things that we're going to start asking ourselves, right? And rightfully so, especially if you ask us to help you, right? If you ask the public for help, be prepared for help in many different forms and fashions. I'm sure Tamara can attest to that. I know Seth can attest to that. And Scranton Strangler, good to see you. It was surrounding like the sheriff on Nancy Guthrie's case was taking notes from Snug Strugs, hiding evidence, not wanting to give the case to the FBI. What's going on here? Yeah, I mean, I think that jurisdictional issues, Scranton, are something that are huge, right? They play a big part, and they played a big part in Sebastian's case already. We know that. And, these local offices are like, hey, this is my case, right? And I'm going to solve it. And, to a certain degree, I think that is good, because they're taking ownership, right? They're owning it. It's their case. It's their jurisdiction. It's where they're supposed to be serving and protecting. Right? So I get that pride portion. Maybe not even so much pride as that they feel responsible, and they feel, and this is me just speculating because I'm not law enforcement again, but I mean, I think that's a big part of it. I think what you're bringing up is a key point where, it's our jurisdiction. We're going to, figure this out. So, but then the public comes into play, and we're trying to figure out what could have happened as well. Because if we think about it, like, anybody could come up to our door in a mask and do that. Like, that's scary. That is really scary. And she had whole cameras that he's trying to, after the fact, cover up. And I'm thinking to myself, holy cow, how do we not know who this guy is? I mean, he's walking down the street with reflective gear. Like, you can see the reflection. We went over the backpack and everything, and the backpack. Very odd. It's all new too. I think those people need to absolutely and I'm talking about FBI, local law enforcement, whoever, they need to find out when all of that was purchased, because that holster was brand new, white, spanking white, black trim on it. I mean, very identifiable. If they run a search on who would have bought those items all together, I think we'd have our man, or our woman. I did put that on a community post, by the way. Hello, Backwood Sar. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. So, I mean, it's one of those things. Sandy says, I know when I heard that just a few minutes ago, I thought the same thing. Sorry, Sandy, I probably missed that with their line about them being a criminal investigation in Sebastian's case, and they will continue with the charade forever, claiming this case isn't cold so that nobody from the outside can ever look this case over. Well, I mean, that's one thing that I worry about in Sebastian's case, is that they'll leave it open. And then it prevents FOIA and different things that we could obtain. I agree with that, Liberty. I know where you're going with that. And that is another thing that comes into play. When we went over Crystal McCrory Jones's case, and, this is Crystal and her sister Jana. Crystal's wearing the orange tank top. And so in her case, because of the way the reports were written, and I have seen every single report, I have studied every single report, from the coroner's report to the autopsy, all of it. I've seen all of it. I've made little kind of short videos and videos. I've played the statements from the Sheriff Scott Matthews here. Poor scrutiny is what I give him. I give him an F on that, right? Inaccurate inquiry, everything. Very major details of this case and of the victims. Just her age, the spelling of her name. There were things that were just so completely off in these reports. The medical examiner's report was a nightmare. And then they cremated, they cremated her without her family's consent, but because her husband had consent, right? And that's him wearing the outfit, but he didn't even stay like as a cop because he's a piece of crap. But either way, that's Tony Jones. And he carried out that she be cremated before they could actually do more research and things like that. So it was a very tough situation for the family. And we learned a lot from that case, because in that case, there were situations where they could have gotten more information, but they couldn't because it was an open and ongoing investigation, even though they ruled Crystal's death a suicide. And we can't say the real word here. So very unfortunate circumstances, but Crystal has absolutely taught us that, and through her sister Jana's efforts, that you can't allow this to continue happening to other people. So we need to set things in law and in motion in order for that to not happen again. In Sebastian's case, it's sad because if it stays open, then that's going to be the same thing all over again, right? What I just described, they can't get more information. It's a very sad situation for the family to be in. And as somebody that goes through something that tough, you don't want to be putting other people or seeing other people go through it again and again. You don't ever want it to happen again. You're so upset about it, right? And so, I just think that if they were to do something like that, it would be a devastating blow to Sebastian's case if they're not willing to at least give it to the FBI to try it out. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Liberty. Sorry, that was a little long-winded, but I think it's necessary to remember everyone. In every case sets precedence. So, hello, Witchy Mama. Thank you for being here. So good to see you. And Mama is here. Hey, Mama, good to see you. Sorry, guys, I'm a little behind on, but I think your comments are great. Hey, Gail, thank you for being here, Gail. And let's see here. I don't want to forget anybody's. I know I said hello to Sparky Dude, Deanna. Hello, Animal. Good to see you. And we had a new member. Okay, I'm really behind. Hey, KJ Mac. Good to see you. Valley Gal is here. Good to see you guys. Thank you so much for being here. All right, so let's see. Oh, Mama, thank you for your super sticker. Oh, that was so sweet of you. Thank you so much. Oh, you did not have to do that. Yeah, Tamara, we're in the same time zone. You and I are. Yep, we sure are. I think we need to spend some time on mom and stepdad, see what they went, when they went, where they went. I know, Sandy, I think that going back is smart. Again, this is the hardest thing, is that even if we figured out how Sebastian got out of the house, we still don't know what happened next. And that's huge, right? Because we don't know where Sebastian is, and that's our biggest problem. And even if we figured out one part of the solution, I don't know that it would bring us any more clarity in his case, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So, you know, negligence is corruption. I agree with that, Animal. I think turning the other way when you know something is wrong is equally corrupt as being involved. I absolutely know what you're saying there. We need to release those records, right, Witchy Mama? Oh, snap. We need to see who's all in it, right? Because the kids are the ones that are going to suffer. Excuse me. They just are. They're the ones that are going to suffer in the long run, right? Because we're not catching what is happening on a greater level. And as we can see with the Epstein stuff, it's on a much greater level, much greater level, you know? So yeah, and I think the FBI, the thing is, okay, so some things that surprised me and some things that I couldn't really get a handle on before I started traveling in October was when we heard that there was a search warrant that had been set forth, right, by Sumner County Sheriff's Office on Chris and Katie. And that was a detail that was told to Nerdy Addict, and he shared it. There was some of the conversation, if I can recall correctly, that wasn't supposed to be shared, and some of it that was. And then, you know, Chris, in his normal fashion of trying to keep control over a situation with his narcissistic tendencies, in my opinion, he screwed it up with Nerdy Addict, right? They had an agreement, and for whatever reason, Chris decided, like I said, I think it's control, decided to screw with it and see if he could kind of screw with Nerdy Addict. And he was also telling him untruths, right, to see if he would spread what Chris was saying. And what he did instead was he told us what Chris said, and he put a disclaimer kind of thing where, like, hey, this is what Chris said. And then, so he spilled that, but then he also spilled some other text messages, which I would too. As a matter of fact, I would share anything that any of them told me, right? I just would never talk to Chris. And I'll admit that I don't care. I don't need to talk to him. Like, there's no reason for me to talk to him. He's crazy as hell. And I don't want to be screamed at or berated by a buffoon. I'm good on that. Whoever is taking photos of CP and KP out about the lady 2 years, keep the good work up. Well, and you know, my thing is that I am pretty neutral on that, because, like, look, if we're out, like, I know that if I'm out somewhere, a person can take a picture, right, and post it. It's weird. It's a bit voyeuristic, but it's not like it's illegal. And if I was sitting in a parking lot, and this might just be my like, because I'm older, and I wasn't always used to having a cell phone right there to record, right? Or a video camera is what we would have had back then to record somebody. But I would probably be shocked that Katie was walking past, and I would be resisting the urge to not get out of my car and talk to her and go, hello, Katie, this, I'm Lady Freedom. She might want to punch me out. She might not like me. I understand that. I'm not fond of her either, but I would ask her to have a conversation if I saw her without Chris. I'm not gonna lie, I would be like, can we talk for a second? Like, I mean, even off the record, even if she was like, hey, I don't want you to share anything, but I would talk to you. Or if she was like, hey, how could you say that I hurt my son or something like that? I would expect that. And I would talk to her about it. Like, I'm pretty good with people, and I have good people skills. So I don't have that issue where, like, if if there is an issue that arises, I could talk it out with somebody. I don't throw a tantrum. And so, and I don't know if that's just because I've worked with people in many different circumstances where I've had to bear the brunt of their anger, like in customer service and things like that. But I can understand and listen to someone's opinions, and it's easier for me to identify the problem if I allow for them to tell me what it is. So in my opinion, if I was to be able to meet up with Katie, and I think my friends that were with me the day that I was in Sebastian's neighborhood could attest to this, I always try to find a solution and talk it out with people because I do value other people. And it's very easy to, be upset with somebody, especially on the level with Katie, because we're all frustrated with her at 2 years. Don't get me wrong. I'm frustrated with Katie after 2 years of searching for Sebastian, and we feel like she hasn't. And so that in and of itself is going to build resentment completely. Liberty says, did they, oh, he did that. They did that in the Kylie Rodney case. The case is still active and nobody can look into it at all. Corrupt police do this and don't anybody seeing their shorty investigation. Oh yeah. And don't want anybody to see their shoddy investigation. Absolutely. So, I do believe they do that. And I do believe that's what happened in Crystal's case. I did not know that Kylie Rodney's case is still open. So that's interesting. Liberty, thank you for bringing that up, because that's interesting to me. Yeah. Okay. Kylie Rodney's case was absolutely like a whirlwind of a case where it was highly speculated upon, and there was a lot that happened in a very short amount of time because she was found quickly. So I don't know, especially because they found her and everything, I don't know why they would just leave it open. I always found it very odd, and I was following the case at the time, that she was found in the back seat of her vehicle, especially if she always buckled in, different things like that. Yeah. I agree with that, Marion. Marion says, yes, ignoring things makes those who ignore problems or enabling those who do the bad things, right? Right, exactly. When they do bad things, whenever people are doing something that they're not supposed to do, you could tell the guilt. Like in Sebastian Rogers' case, I think that's one of the main issues when we see Chris and Katie, and why Chris and Katie won't go on camera, is because they do look guilty. They look like they know that they're doing wrong. We can see that they're doing wrong, right? Everybody can see it. And those who choose to ignore it, especially in law enforcement, which I don't think that it's debatable, even at law enforcement's level, that Chris and Katie, or at the very least Katie, had something to do with Sebastian's disappearance, and I do, after 2 years, I do feel like that's being ignored. And I think the big reason why is because when we think about how Sebastian was abused, right, by Katie and Chris, and there was 4 CPS records, and now there's a 5th one. I think it's still open. I don't know. But apparently there was one issued again when Sebastian went missing, because that's proper procedure protocol for that situation. All of those things can't be ignored. All of the things that Chris and Katie have done and said publicly cannot be ignored. The problem is they did it on YouTube. And as much as we think YouTube is huge, you know, on a grander scale, it's really not. That's why I was so upset with the, speaking of ignoring things, the coverage from America's Most Wanted. They took out the end of the video, right? So if you show the video, show the entire video. Don't take anything out, because the key piece was that a light went back, right? So that was a key piece of that video that they chose not to show. And that's on a huge, grander scale. So many people probably think that Sebastian walked off. Another thing that they failed to mention is that Sebastian supposedly wasn't wearing shoes. Now, I know my intro is old, right? And I'm fine with that, because I play every night, every time we go live, even during the normal people time is what my friend says about it, right? You're on the normal people live today, right? So, but you know, no matter when we do that, it's, I guess I'm trying to word it right, because what Eric Craddock says in this question that he's asked, he says, or excuse me, I think it's Caitlin Quisenberry. She says, they said they found a pair of shoes on Facebook. Is that true? Is he barefoot? You know, did he leave without shoes? And Eric Craddock responds, you know, his mother says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house, but I'm not going to say that he's barefoot. I just don't understand how everybody fails to key into that, because, you know, there's no way that Sebastian could have walked barefoot that night through the neighborhood. And even Sheriff Craddock says that on day 2. I think that was the 27th was that interview. Yeah, the 27th. So day 2 of Sebastian missing. Sheriff Craddock, and it looks like it was in the morning, maybe, you know, afternoon. It doesn't look like a late interview, right? It's not dark out. And he says, I'm not going to say he was barefoot, because he can't make it through the neighborhood or any of those areas, guys. Like, it's wooded around his area. And I tried to get a good view of it. Well, I'm going to try to get a better view this time but I mean, there's woods everywhere. So no matter where he would have went through, even with socks on, it would have been difficult for him if he wasn't wearing shoes. You have to wear shoes in that area. It's not, you know, a metropolitan area type of thing. Oh, shit. Sorry, guys. I unplugged my thing and it just did something weird. Okay. Anyway. Well, there's a lot of people missing, Liberty. There are a lot of people missing, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't want CP drama. I don't want to video record him. I don't want to encounter him to video record him. Hello, NorCal SoGal. So good to see you. So good to see you. So yeah, I mean, I don't want anything to do with Chris Proudfoot. He is not going to tell the truth. And again, that's why I was going back to Nerdy Addicts, you know, what he interviewed Chris. He shared with us what Chris told him. Some of it matched up to what Chris has told other people, but he added in some new details. Of course, more things have happened, you know, or transpired since then. So there would be new details. But one of the bigger details was that there was a search warrant that was served. And not that I'm surprised at all, because we're dealing with people that are either completely insane or they don't have a whole lot of brain power working, to be nice. but there were people that were asking over and over and over and over and over and over. And I'm sorry if I'm getting, annoying, but that's exactly how I felt when they were doing it. They were asking, well, did Seth get one sent to his house too? I mean, that's the way, that's the way, hey, Holly, that's the way that I took it, right? Oh, really? Oh, well, if the prophets got one, did Seth get one? No, you idiot. They didn't. Are you, hello, McFly? I mean, seriously. I mean, I'm sorry, but if someone has a search warrant written for their home, because you can actually tell law enforcement if they come to your home and they say, we want to search your home, you can ask them for a search warrant, and you should. Don't let people search your home without a search warrant, guys. It's a legal search and seizure. It's covered under the Constitution of, of the United States. We, the people, don't just get, Mama, we don't just get that, they can't just do it, right? Because we have protections and rights in this country. All we got to do is look to that, and that's the framework, right? That's what they have to abide by. But either way, you have it written for your home by the police. They send it to a judge, right? And if they come to you without a search warrant and you ask them for a search warrant, be prepared to be searched, because then they're going to go and they're going to file for a search warrant, right? They're going to find some probable cause, which that is what happens in the process, right? They write it up. They say, we think that, there's some kind of odor or something, and we wanted to search the property because we think that there could be drugs or something like that. Or, there's a lot of foot traffic back and forth over here. And, a judge will say, okay, this is enough probable cause, or it's not. And they sign it off, right? They sign off on this. So with that being said, there has to be a reason for them to do that. And there was a reason for them to do that to Chris and Katie Proudfoot back in December of 24, was it? Oh, I'm sorry. No, actually it was February of 25, I believe. Right about a year, wasn't it? Sorry. I need to get that all straight. But I think that's something that we need to revisit. Nerdy Addict in his statements describing Chris Proudfoot's conversation with him. Because I'm here to tell you, I've talked to a lot of people, even in Devlin's case, right? His family members and things like that. I remember details from those conversations, and I also take notes and write things down. Now, in my opinion, and you guys might not agree with this, because I know some of you have mixed feelings on Nerdy Addict, and that's fine. In my opinion, he was being honest, and he also provided receipts. And for somebody to do that, it's very brave in this case, because it doesn't come without a price, right? When you tell the truth in this case, you pay dearly. When you choose to jump on the bandwagon and play fair and be honest and truthful, you are ridiculed, you are dogged out, you are berated, you lose friends over it. It's that bad. It's really that bad. And you have people that will turn on you and share a conversation that was private. I got a couple of text messages, and like I said, we're going to be doing a panel on this. But even, K9 Jules has had so much backlash, and up until that point of her life, she was having, many successes and working on many goals, and she's still an active, and people have said it over and over again, but because of the people that are continuing to try to smear her, and it's a bona fide smear campaign. And we've talked about smear campaigns here, but it's just discredit, just I mean, it's just disinformation, I guess, about a person, their character, their accomplishments, everything about them, coming from people who are felons themselves, but then they'll call someone else that because it makes them feel better. It's called projection, right? Is the term. So it's very sick. And I applaud him for telling us what Chris was saying, because if we never heard that from him, then we would never know about this, because it's hush, right? It's being kept closed because law enforcement does not want more of a circus. They just don't, right? I mean, it's very difficult, especially when you have mentally ill, again, people that are willing to go on live streams and threaten people online who are telling the truth, who are local to that area, right? So could you imagine if we found out from law enforcement that there was a search warrant at that time? You would have had the beast up in the corner over here, right? By Katie with the dead eyes. You would have had her and Chris Proudfoot making a complete fool and mockery of the situation. Just a complete mockery. And you would have had them bullying people. I mean, it would have been out of this world. And we've seen it happen time and time again. Anytime there's any type of clarity that comes to Sebastian Rogers' case, you have several people that take it upon themselves to try to make fun of it, right? And it happens here. So it's not really on such a large scale. In my opinion, it's very small, but it still creates a lot of discourse within the community. And it doesn't help find Sebastian. At the end of the day, it's counterproductive to what we're trying to do, which is find him, right? Which is give his father closure. It's sad that Seth has to feel like any type of way at all about this. He should have his son back, or he should at least know what happened, right? And then justice needs to be served. These idiots don't seem to get that LE was all over Seth right away, because CP clearly told that LE a bunch of lies and they believed him. They investigated the shit out of Seth and found out, yeah. I mean, I think too, Liberty, with his boss coming out, look, I mean, especially for law enforcement, if Seth is a law enforcement officer and his boss comes out and says, well, my guy's perfectly good, he didn't do shit, blah blah blah, it's going to be incredibly biased. It's going to look very bad on the department. So they're not going to do that. They're not just going to come out and be like, yeah, well, our corrections officer is cleared of this. They're not going to do that. For one, they weren't the investigating agency. Look who we got stuck with. But other than that, it's going to look very biased, and people are going to question that and be like, well, what the hell, and that would give them more of a reason to side-eye Seth, in my opinion. But, I think that they were absolutely fed a bunch of lies, like we were too. I thought Sebastian was a child that would wander towards the water. So did emergency management Ken Widener. He thought the same thing. He was trying to consult with other, missing children's cases that they ended up in the water, because that's what he thought happened to Sebastian. So, yeah, I mean, there was a lot of, again, misinformation being told to law enforcement. And I believe that was deliberate. I believe it was deliberately told to law enforcement, this is what happened with Sebastian, right? Um, he ran away. Yeah, he didn't have any shoes on. He didn't take his phone. I mean, just like Katie said, on day 8 with Duchess, right? None of his shoes were missing. He didn't take a phone. He wants friends. I mean, all this bullshit. Oh, he wants friends. Well, Katie, get a pool in your backyard. Get a basketball hoop. Get something that kids can play with. Give them a bike. They showed us Sebastian riding his bike, but he was younger and they weren't even living in that same neighborhood. Then they were telling everyone, well, he wanted to go back to White House. Well, yeah, he probably had friends at White House. He had a fucking bike over there. He probably did have more friends. Because if they get out and do things, they're gonna, meet friends. That's how you meet friends. If I sit in the house all day, I'm never gonna meet friends. If I go down to the pool, I go down to the workout area, if I do anything in the park, laundry, I'm going to meet friends. Katie, you friggin' twit. Liberty says, of course, Seth wasn't served a warrant. Seth let them have whatever they asked for right away. Well, and that's the thing. The items that they were searching for, too, Liberty, and I'm glad you said that, were items after the fact. So they're wanting to catch Chris and Katie saying or doing something. And see, that's why Chris keeps getting up on these panels, because he said it several times now, right? He's like, oh, if you follow me or Katie, you're going to be bored. Really? Okay, well, great. So you don't mind if there was, if the police came and took your shit, right? Because it's boring. And I'll say it sucks that they didn't get what they needed. Maybe they did get a little bit more than, I mean, you just don't know. But I can't safely say that law enforcement has done nothing in advancing the case when they did serve that warrant, right? And again, I agree, Seth wasn't served one because they weren't even looking at him. They're not worried about what Seth is doing. They pretty much know what Seth is doing. The Proud Feet are very sneaky, and they also lawyered up, don't forget. Gator would have been so valuable to find Sebastian. Possibly Gator tracks the scent of ingredients in the med Sebastian was on. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why they didn't want, well, I mean, I know why they didn't. I mean, I can't say I don't know why they didn't. I do know. They're not interested in finding Sebastian. And I'm not talking about law enforcement. I'm talking about Chris and Katie. They would rather it just be over with and they can forget about it. And that's why it's important to do the gathering of voices. That's what's important about the gathering of voices, and to let them know that we have not forgot. We will not forget, because this young man deserves to be found. He deserves to be found. His father deserves answers. And like I said, at this point, no matter what way we look at it, no matter what the outcome, excuse me, is, Sebastian is going to tell us when we find him. But he's going to need counseling for sure if he was being held somewhere, right? If it's worse than that, he deserves justice no matter what. I mean, if we're looking at Sebastian even possibly being put in a school, those places are so psychologically damaging that he would absolutely need justice and it would be served on whoever put him in there. Make no mistake about it. They try to pretend like, oh, it'd be fine if he just shows up one day. I don't think so. Holly says, and remember when it originally came off over the scanner of Chris lied about it? Don't people see that he's a liar and lies with ease? I mean, Holly, I think that they absolutely are on one side of it and would never look at it from both sides. You know what I'm saying? Because they're making money off of supporting that. Let me tell you, when that piece of shit, Crime Chronicles, came onto the scene. It took her, I think it was even 2 months to hit 1,000 people or to become monetized on YouTube. Right? It took me 6 months, 7 months, and that was working and actually making videos with content and witness statement analysis and all of these things that actually take time and effort, right? And critical thinking skills. Not to toot my own fucking horn, but toot. I mean, it's ridiculous. And that's how they're making their way. They're even making money on YouTube doing it, right? Because what happens is that those channels promote each other, right? And sadly over here we do not. And we need to, right? Because that's a positive thing to help build somebody else up, right? And again, I do take great care with who I promote these days, but it's still a good thing. If somebody is actually trying to help find Sebastian or putting out content that is thought-provoking and, makes us want to know more or answer, have questions that need answered, those are always good things, right? Even when we have more questions, like in Devlin's case, I thought that we had more questions than answers after Susan Samples, came out with some information from law enforcement, the 911 call from Joni the next day. All of those things are huge, right, in the grand scheme of things, but it's just also very thought-provoking, and it makes us want to know more about Devlin's case, which we need him to get more coverage. He deserves to be found, and I don't think the answers are that far away. And that was the police coming out asking the public also for help and understanding that they have no reason to believe that the family is involved, meaning Tamra, Sabrina, and Will, but they are all willing to take a lie detector test, right? So that was another thing that was really huge that came out in Devlin's case, because that will help us look in the right direction. So, I think so too, Holly. I mean, why would anyone think it's funny to drive past a father who wants to find his son, who is there asking for answers, in my opinion, begging for answers to find his son? And you have that big cow over there that's driving by, creating a scene so she can go back and play it for her viewers to make fun of a missing child's father. I don't know anyone who is okay with that besides that sector of people. And that's fine. If that's what they want to do and that's what they like to do in their life, then I can't say that they can't. We have freedom of speech. But I think that it's awfully disgusting. And if that person wasn't making any money off of doing it, they wouldn't be doing it. So again, I hate to put the ball in your guys' court or even in my own court, because I have watched it. I've been working on a video, but there's so much content to go over. It's disgusting, right? It's just one after another, another live after another, after another, after another. And the thing is, Holly, is that they can't see that the root cause of all of this anguish and all of these problems is Terry Lynn and her 90-day community that she brought over. And to be honest with you, it seems like she only brought over the shit people that still supported her after she fucked the whole community over, begging for money because she was blind or whatever. And these people gave her money, and then the shitheads, no offense, I'm sorry, whoever it is, but rethink your fucking life. And then you have this nonsense person who seems to be very smart, and she seems to understand a lot of what's going on. But she's still stuck on Brittany. And I'm like waiting for her to get back to Terry Lynn and the 90-day community that came over and really sabotaged Sebastian's case, right? And went with Seth and buddied up to him and then stabbed him in the back. Like, I'm waiting for that, because it's not gonna the answer doesn't lie with Brittany, especially with the photo, because Brittany had nothing to do with the photo. She says, like, oh, it looked like clouds or whatever. Sorry, that's my best Brittany impression. Hey, Thomas, good to see you, hun. Thanks for being here. Remember, Chris said semantics is a big part of this. Yeah, it's a big part of his life, Brenda. It's a big part of his life. He likes to toy and play with people because he thinks he's the smartest person in the room, in my opinion. That's why I won't talk to him. I'm not going to talk to somebody who's going to toy with me. He can go fuck off, right? But again, if I saw Katie out at the nail salon, I fucking book myself an appointment stat. I want to sit right next to her while we're getting our nails did, because I'd like to talk to her by herself, not with his big mouth screaming and yelling at me. Why would I want that? I don't. But I'm here to tell you, a lot of that shit is all from those nasty communities that came in and took over Sebastian's case, right? And the common denominator is Terry Lynn, and to save her own ass, she put Seth up on the hot seat the other day, and I was watching that, sickened to my core, because it is sick to me. It's gross that they would put that a child's father through such hell when he's already going through enough of it, and that just speaks to who those people are. But there's thousands of nasty little grubby shits that are watching it too. And I'm sorry, I usually try to curb my mouth at this time of day, but it's 5:00 somewhere. Seth never hid anything, and he's answered all the questions. I agree, Witchy. Yeah, even one's completely unrelated. Only interest is finding Sebastian. Yeah, he has done that, Witchy, and he's never been. I mean, the thing that's crazy to me is that they could take an interview with Seth, who just lost his son, right? He didn't know it was going to go this long, but of course, at this point, when the interview was done with Terry Lynn, it was like, I don't know, like 10 days in or something. I'm not sure. But either way, because it really doesn't matter, because Seth has never changed anything. And Seth was trying to tell people about his son in that interview. Chris and Katie were trying to make everybody believe that Sebastian couldn't do A, B, or C, that Sebastian would leave without any shoes on, that Sebastian, his mind hadn't caught up to his body, was a direct quote. And Seth was going on Terry Lynn like, my son plays Dungeons and Dragons, my son does this, my son does that, I miss my son. Really, really sad. And back then she had the lady from 90 Days on Blast asking questions to Seth and asking questions about the case. And again, they can't go back and see that. It's unbelievable to me. It's unbelievable to me that Seth is pouring his heart out and telling us the truth about his son, and nobody cares to listen to it. You have more people that would rather believe misinformation that doesn't make any sense than they would to believe the truth. And everybody's so scared to stand up. And it's like, you do realize that there's more of us than there are of them, don't you? My friends and I were talking about this today. Has something happened to law enforcement in this country? It seems perhaps they've gone downhill. Well, I think that's true too, Holly. I was looking at the Guthrie case, and I was looking at the enhanced photo, and I was like, well, what's different between what Justin did and then when I did, and I showed the whole process, right? What's so different in the two of those, right? Other than we're just investigating and trying to figure out who we're looking at, right? What is this guy's facial hair color? What is this guy's eye color? Because those are the things that we can see through the mask, right? And then we want to get a description of this guy's clothing, right? So those things are just very normal because that will help us figure out who did this, right? And the fact that we have some video is fantastic. I would like to see more of that type of deep diving into a case than to hear someone making fun of a missing child's father, right? Because at least when we're doing that, we're trying to find a solution to the problem. When we're not doing that, that's when we might as well not even talk about it. Find something else to do, right? Be original. It's just it's unbelievable. Again, it's just unbelievable. But I think that when it comes to law enforcement, I think that there was a big problem that we still haven't even really gotten over, which is also like defunding the police and that sort of thing. Again, I think funding should be something that we do put more into in order to find kids, right? In order to figure out what is really happening right in the country as it pertains to human trafficking, that sort of thing. It should be of the utmost importance. And unfortunately, money is what makes the world go round, right? We see that in Savannah Guthrie's case. If Savannah Guthrie was me and my mother was missing, we would never have this conversation. We would never even be worried about it because, God only knows what would happen. It's just another old lady. Most of the time, people don't worry about the old people, unfortunately. Sometimes they get turned away for medical care because they're too old. And why bother? But now, since it's Savannah Guthrie's mother, it's a big deal. Sad. Because Devlin deserves better than that. Sebastian deserves better than that. All of these missing children who have not been found, like Summer Wells, deserve better than that. Even little James Hutchinson, I mean, he has gotten justice because the people who hurt him are in jail, in prison, right? But in the same way, he's never been found. Same goes for Harmony Montgomery. Although Kayla Montgomery's just walking around, probably popped out three or four more kids by now. Damn. No, that's kind of mean. I shouldn't have said that. But I mean, it's just sick. Yeah, they're training something. For example, the case of Nancy. Yeah, Holly, I know. It's like the police don't have a sense of urgency anymore. They seem very lazy and almost like they're working under an algorithm. Yeah, I mean, I hear that, Holly. And, it did take them a week to start looking for camera footage around the neighborhood. That's day one shit, right? I mean, that is a sense of urgency that we expect. In Sebastian Rogers' case, I've always said that the police seem to have sprung into action very quickly because remember, they were going door to door. They were trying to find camera footage. And even Eric Craddock himself said that the camera footage from the neighborhood is going to crack this case wide open. Or he said something like, I just don't want to misquote him, so this is me paraphrasing. He said something to the effect of, once we find the camera footage in the neighborhood, it could help crack the case wide open, right? Something to that effect. But those are the things that are important right off the bat because people do tape over camera footage. That's what happened in Devlin's case. They had camera footage of Devlin in the parking lot and then checking out of Carl's. But not anymore. I would love to have a statement from Carl's, supermarket on that. because it still bothers me. You know, it's something that bothers me. And, you know, once it's gone, you can't get it back. So you really got to get it and get a copy of it, you know, quickly. I am so grateful to have the Texas Roadhouse footage, even though I think that there were people that were blurred out in it. I just am. I very much am. So, well, thanks for being here, Bo. I appreciate you. They're not worried about finding Sebastian because they know where he is. Well, I mean, that's my thing, Gail. I think that they know where he is, and I think they know, excuse me, what happened to him, and what happened that night. Either a handoff before they got home from the Texas Roadhouse. I always find it odd that Sebastian didn't get out of the vehicle like he was said to have gotten out of the vehicle before. I don't understand why the neighbors would lie other than because they want to insert themselves into a case, but that can't be everybody as an individual. Some of those people don't want anything to do with it, you know, so Holly says, I understand they have attorneys supposedly. How can they just avoid an interrogation indefinitely if they were? Well, I know. I feel the same way. I feel like there should have been a greater investigation into Chris and Katie, for sure. If that were the case, no one would do an interrogation ever. I mean, it's good to do it too when it just happens. You know, I think that's something that maybe they need to put into place. And I've said this from the beginning. I know that Sebastian's Law doesn't look exactly like this, but I thought that it would be a good thing to put something in place like that, where if a child goes missing, you get the person who was with them and you put them in a fucking room. Okay, or questions asked, right? But no questions asked by them. We need to take you down to the station, ma'am. I mean, you might not have to handcuff them, but you can detain them and you can bring them down to the station and talk to them the way that they did with Brittany Gosney. I mean, they weren't hateful towards Brittany Gosney in the beginning. They got pissed off with her when she kept lying to them. But can you blame the officers for asking questions? I mean, I get irritated too when I know people are beginning to, you know, have selective memory loss, and, you know, when they're not taking, you know, me or the interview seriously. You can tell, you can pick up on those things, you know. But right away, again, time is of the essence. Get them in a room and set them down and ask them the hard questions, as Chris likes to call them, the hardball questions. And when that little shit got back at what, 1:30? Yeah, when he decided to traipse back into town at 1:30 with his little scandalous ass, I would have had him sitting in the opposite room of Katie. And that's how you really start getting an investigation going. Because there can be officers and there can be all kinds of people out looking for Sebastian in the neighborhood. You need to have your best detective down there talking with Miss no soul eyes over here. I don't even know what to call that. I don't know if she was just so heavily sedated or if she's the coldest fish I've ever seen. But that's her on Nancy Grace. I would have had that ass in a chair asking questions right off the bat. Hello, Bling and BZ. Good to see ya. Sometimes I think Chris just says things like he may walk through the door at 18 to troll people. I think so too. It's games. It is. And when people kind of latch on to that, that's exactly what he wants, you know? But make no mistake about it, Holly. I think he's going to be in trouble for whatever happened to Sebastian. If they kept him in a place till he's 18, there's still going to be lots of explaining to do. And especially if they put him in a place that would be fine to hold him against a $50,000 FBI reward. I can't imagine what Sebastian would have had to gone through to make it on the other side of that. And, you know, I know that Seth is in here sometimes in the bushes, and sometimes it makes me wonder if they put him somewhere and he got hurt. I hate to have my brain go there. I mean, that's the worst thing. Um, Damn, because that means that something bad happened to Sebastian. I don't want to believe that. But I can't say that it hasn't crossed my mind that something could have happened to him in a school if they did put him there. Because some of those places are horrific. And then for him to say stuff like, well, he'll need some psychological help. Well, I mean, you need it too there, buddy. The 5D channel put a video out with Terry Lynn, and that statement she did seems like another lifetime ago. My, have things changed? Yeah, I did see that with 5D. I gave him a thumbs up. Gosh, yeah. Terry Lynn, I made a promise to a kid. I made a promise to that kid. Yeah, so much for your promise to that kid. What was it, Holly? Like, not even a year ago that she was up with Queen Bee and all of them. They were talking about sex toys. Adult toys, we'll call it. Yeah. Yeah. So much for that promise to that kid. And then, when she got her little, time of fame, we'll call it 5 hours of fame. It's a YouTube live. It's 5 hours of fame, right? When she got that, she was, oh, thank you for letting me be a part of this content. I'm like, you fucking idiot. Like, they're morons. They're fucking morons, It's like, if I don't laugh about it, I'm just going to get pissed. Thomas says, Lady Freedom, knowing what I've learned from my new autistic friend and her situation she's going through and has gone through throughout her life, I have a better understanding of autistic people. Yeah, Thomas, and I think that is a wonderful thing. I think that the more people that befriend people that are different than we are, right, or they are, I think the better, right? I think that's a good thing. You don't always have to be exactly alike of your friends, right? And you'd be surprised what you learn if you listen to other people and their situation, their circumstances, like you said, what they've been through in their life. And it makes a big difference to understanding that person. And with autism, since it's a spectrum, it's so difficult because we're all individuals as it is. But on top of that, when we're put into that group or that category or label, that's when it can be problematic, especially if we're looking for someone, because whoever it is, we need to know who that individual is and what they would normally do to understand their routine. For example, that's all part of investigating someone and their disappearance, right? Because you have to look at everything about that person to know, would they go out in the middle of the night without shoes on, for instance, right? Because some people with autism do wander, and they are, lower on the spectrum and or higher on the spectrum, right? Just depending on where they fall. And so, whenever somebody goes out of their routine, no matter if they're autistic or not, it's a big problem, right? It's a big red flag in the situation. But I'm glad that you're getting to know your friend and helping her out too, Thomas. That's wonderful. And Mama gifted a new Lady Freedom's Raw Narrative membership. Thank you, Mama. That's so sweet of you. And welcome to the Dragon Tribe, whoever got the membership. Aw, that's wonderful. Thank you, Mama. They have a few shared subscribers that trash never flies in the real world. Oh, I know. Oh, gosh. It's terrible. It's terrible, Holly. And the thing is that when they go back, oh, well, Robini got it. Hells yeah, I love Robini. Fantastic. Welcome to the Dragon Tribe. She's one of our mods here. So wonderful. I'm glad that it didn't land on a POS. Yes, and thank you, Mama. is terrible, right? Look at, I mean, this is the YouTube verse. So this is how we're set up to fail. You know, Mama does the sweetest thing, so nice, gifting a new membership to the Dragon Tribe, and we don't know who's gonna get it. You know, but I appreciate it. Aw, Mama, that would really shake the bushes now, which is not true, by the way. You know, if you gifted, say you gift 100 memberships, which, aw, Mama, that's so sweet. Thank you. That makes me feel so good. Um, if if you were to do that, it could land on like anybody that just even watches. You know what I mean? Like they don't have to be watching because I was sleeping and got gifted a membership the other day. So and I woke up and I had an email. It said, "You got a membership." I was like, "Oh, that's nice." Um, so that and it was for Nonsense's channel. So I'm sure they were I'm sure they were excited to have me as a part of their island. No, I mean, honestly, I'm grateful. That was very nice. And, you know, I just hope that I hope that they can get to the bottom of it because it is very ugly. I hope the bigger picture comes out to be that it's not nice to do it to anybody. You know, it's not nice to put people through that kind of hell. I am going to have a couple of people up on the panel to talk about it, like I said, for a show because I think it's worth addressing, but I don't want to spend too much time on it either because I think it's giving them power. And, you know, I just think that it's not worth it. You know, it's not worth giving them that type of power or ammunition. But I want it to be, you know, strong and I want it to, give everybody a voice and let them speak their piece. So I think it's going to be good. Um but again, just things that need to be addressed but also ignored. We're talking about don't ignore things, right? But I mean, sometimes it's good to not address things too often or over address it because when it's again not true, it's hard to prove something that's not true. Um, you know, I mean, there's ways of putting the truth out there. Like when I put out, you know, whenever that Crime Chronicles, like, oh, I was never one of Lady Freedom's mods. You know, yeah, you were. Okay, and you were one of my mods until even after that. That's how you got my mod email hacked into. So, you know, those are the things like on that greater level that are like I think that people need to know who they're dealing with because even though I don't like Crime Chronicles, I don't like Crime Chronicles either, obviously, but I don't like either one of them. I don't like Terry Lynn. I'm not fond of Gracie. I think she's involved in all of it. Very, you know, very clear when they're all up on the panel talking about I'm mad at you. I'm mad at you about the cat comment. It's like what the fuck. So anyway, with that being said, I don't think it's fair that, you know, Crime Chronicles is going around, you know, blaming everything on everybody else like she had nothing to do with it. She was doxing people far before anybody else even thought about it. It was weird. Like that was the first time I ever got a dox was from that crazy bitch. And you know, it's just people to look out for, you know. If they're gonna do it in one community, they're gonna do it in another. Um, you know, and that just goes to show with Terry Lynn's bunch that came over from the 90 Day, you know. Thomas says Lady Freedom Tina actually attended a camp with Devlin. I talked to her about the case and she told me some things about his mom. Oh, okay. So Devlin has two moms. So he was adopted by Sandra Tate, and then he also has a biological mom that lives in Arizona. That was not a part of his life until he was 18. Then she came into his life, and he did go missing just shy of his 19th birthday. That's interesting, Thomas. Yeah. Um, I'm sure that when it comes to Devlin, I'll switch over to Devlin really quick on the screen. We're just kind of having open discussion, but I do want to put Devlin up. So with Devlin, he's a very sweet kid. Thank you, Lil Miss Sharon. He's a very sweet kid. He's very outgoing in the world. So I bet you she probably enjoyed knowing Devlin. Um, I know that Devlin had a really tough time at home. You know, that goes without saying. Um, but I think that even what also needs to be considered about Devlin is he himself was going through a hard time uh personally, right, in my opinion, because of a lot of things, coming of age things, right? That all of us have gone through already if we're over the age of what where Devlin is, right? And many of us are. And so we can look back and see that, right, on Devlin, like, okay, so he's learning that his biological father is one of three people. His adoptive father has passed away recently. He was going through a lot of emotions with that. He was going through a lot of emotions because he was emancipated and told that he was 18 and he can manage himself, right? He was dealing with a lot personally. And again, that's why it's so important to understand who we're looking for, especially when we're looking for someone who's 19 years old, right? Because he had a 19th birthday. And so, and even the same thing goes for Sebastian, right? It's been 2 years. Just heartbreaking. So, but thank you for sharing that, Thomas. Yeah, I mean, it's stuck on Brittany right now. I think that, as more information comes out, but people are going to try to muddy the waters, because again, they want to be like, oh, I didn't have nothing to do with it, but yet they had everything to do with it, right? Um, and we're dealing with a lot of fickle people. Holly, we really are. We're just dealing with a lot of people that are very wishy-washy, you know. Aw, I know, right? I love Mama. That's right. Aw, thank you. Thank you, Witchy. I'm sorry I'm grossed out when she's parked in the handicap parking place. Well, Holly, that was another issue altogether now, wasn't it? People notice that kind of thing, and Katie shouldn't probably still have that up. I mean, look, if she could take down the car magnet off of her car, she can remember to do that after Sebastian went missing. I think she could remember to take the handicap parking space off of her, or placard off of her vehicle, right? Because last time I checked, she was walking just fine, you know? But it's amazing that they can do that disgusting crap and still act like here's Katie again, and still act like they are so self-righteous. It's amazing to me. Really is. You know? Is it the one with Terry Lynn? Is it the one with Terry Lynn, Holly? I could play it. I don't mind playing it if you guys want to watch it. But I don't know if there's a newer one. Because I watched part of it. Well, it was like Terry Lynn interviewing Seth and Terry Lynn interviewing um Chris Proudfoot, but I think it was like a comparison, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sorry, it just popped into my head that Terry Lynn farted on Queen Bee, and then Queen Bee yelled at them for farting. So I'm sorry that just I don't know why that popped in my head randomly, but that's who we're dealing with. As a fucking grown ass woman who can't mute her microphone to fart. I don't know. I just it's I can't believe that we give these people any weight. Because even my video, I've been like, oh, should I put it up? Should I not? Should I keep working on it? Because I mean, it's a lot of content to go through. It's not as easy as, and then I have to go through text messages, take a screenshot, show the text message, right? This is what was really said. But I got it down to like 15 minutes. I just had to listen to it over, right? Because I didn't really listen to the whole thing. Um, it was a long live. Brenda says someone in the position of power is corrupted. We see it on the news every night. Judges, district attorneys, mayors, governors, all over have been bought and paid for. Not a stretch, in my opinion. I agree with that, Brenda. And that's the thing that we can't overlook, right? And that's why I'm going to the Gathering of Voices. That's why I'm going, because every time I turn around, even if I try not to focus on it, I have a little knock at my door, right? And it's like, hi, corruption in Sumner County, right? And that's when people are sending me different things. That's when our friend Psalms is putting out content that reflects that, right? And I don't know if you guys watched the video from Psalms, but Chris got that blah 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 thing that he does from Queen Bee, and because I noticed it right after Psalms put it up, that Queen Bee was doing that blah 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 blah. She did that in her video to Scatman, which was funny. But she was calling Chris the Mat Man, which I thought was funny. So anyway, every time I try not to think about the corruption and focus even on, let's get everything together for Sebastian, positive messages. And I know you guys have been sending me those in the emails. I'm sorry I haven't gotten back. I've just been trying to get them all collected. And again, I'll post those to the community wall where you guys can add to them, because I'm going to have to get those signs done before I leave. So we're going to be gathering those in. But it just, rears its ugly head again, right? The shit from YouTube, the shit from the police officers who are, pulling people over for DUIs and they're not drunk. I mean, who does that? I mean, that is very corrupt. You know, I understand that the more tickets and things they write, but there's a right way to do it and a wrong way to do it. There's drunk people all over the place. I mean, pick one, but don't get somebody for driving and they weren't drunk. I mean, come on. Ladies Freedom, you should watch 5D's. I saw that one. Yeah, more of us think there's more people that think that Chris and Katie are guilty. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I mean, it's obvious. It's obvious to most people. Um, and I think that's why America's Most Wanted wanted to make it look like Katie and Chris didn't have much to do with it, because I think that may have been one of the stipulations. I mean, they didn't even use his room as, a place where they interviewed. Oh, it's totally fake outrage, Holly. Totally. It's just like people telling me, yesterday, they're like, Lady Freedom, they're talking about and I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. It's on my thumbnail too, but somebody did like a recreation or enhancement on this photo of the guy from Nancy Guthrie's case, right? That was on her porch. Lots of people did it. Lots of people posted this. So I know you guys have seen this before, but I just want to show it for visual purposes here. So now we can kind of get a better idea of what color the mask may have been, right? This is kind of troublesome to me. This mustache, I don't know if it looks fake or drawn on, or very light. I don't know. But again, people were telling me during the last live stream, they were saying, Lady Freedom, that guy looks like he's got a red beard or mustache, And so I was like, is this his red goatee? But it's no different from what we did with the picture, right? Trying to use filters to lighten or, and there's a lot of programs that you can use, right, in order to do this. But we're trying to figure out who is in the photo, right? And that's part of an investigation, is finding out the who, what, when, where, and how, right? We use means, motive, and opportunity. Those are the basics. If you're not using and applying those principles, you're not conducting any type of a meaningful investigation into a situation, you know? Yeah, I think they just lack the understanding, Thomas. I think they do lack the understanding, you know? But if it's your child, I think that's always my problem with Katie, is that Sebastian is her child, and we know our children better than anybody, right? Especially as a mom, because you know your child before they're born. I mean, that's just, again, it is what it is. Um, a father's love is tremendous, but a mother is different. And if we have a father like Seth who understands his son's condition or conditions, because he has a rare chromosome deletion as well. And then we have a mother that seems completely disconnected. It is absolutely unnerving, mother to mother. It really is. And I'm not trying to cheapen Seth's bond with Sebastian, because I think they're two peas in a pod, if if I could take a guess. But mother to mother, it's very unnerving. It's very unnerving that I'm going to a gathering of voices and his mother is not going to be there. She's actually sending weirdos to infiltrate the gathering. It's highly disgusting. Are they doing so much cultural sensitivity training that solving crimes isn't even priority anymore? I'm serious. I'm not being funny. Holly, I wonder about that myself, because it doesn't seem to be translating if they are doing sensitivity training, only to a certain extent, where I think officers could be even afraid to use force because they don't want to have the backlash. But then again, they have to protect themselves in the moment, right? Self-defense is huge. You can't just allow for a perpetrator to overtake the situation, because you're allowing for them to be in control in a chaotic situation where others can get hurt and yourself, right? And so, but I think that they need to do more training in terms of domestic violence training, psychological training, right? Understanding the way people tick, how people act, especially if we're looking at someone on the spectrum or someone with mental health. I think that's super important. But I know what you're saying, where they're afraid to, profile in a certain way. But then there seems to be lots of profiling going on too. That poor guy that was caught up in this situation, I was like, oh my. Liberty said, oh, and shout out to Dr. Gary again, because he was bold and brave, and I love that. Liberty says, I believe there is no tech evidence in Sebastian's case because CP and KP are tech smart. They left their phones at home, and CP drove a buddy's old car that had no high tech in it, in my opinion. Well, yeah, I see what you're saying. It wasn't like a smart car. Hey, Marion, welcome back. It wasn't like a smart car. I know what you mean. Marion says, children didn't ask to be born. If a person doesn't want the kid, they need to put them up for adoption so they can have a chance at a good life. Yeah, I mean, I understand that too, Marion. And I think that is a bold and brave decision that somebody could do, because a lot of times it seems like these mothers are having baby after baby after baby and getting overwhelmed. We also have people like, in my opinion, Devlin's mom, who is also pregnant now again. They're reckless. They're not having babies with people that they love. They're not having babies with someone that they have a long-term relationship with. They're having babies on the fly. In my opinion, that is always a recipe for disaster. If you think about, what it takes to raise a young man or a young woman, they're not thinking with that they're thinking with their, you know, male and female parts. Yes, I watched a video yesterday and TBI only having 3 people that work the child cyber crimes in the whole state. Wow, they need more. They need more of that. Yeah, yeah. They need to be more dedicated. I can absolutely agree with that, Liberty. Scranton says, yes, lady, CP and KP went around gathering footage. So did Fishy Face. Oh, yeah. I mean, they all kind of did, didn't they? Well, in the beginning, too, they were putting it in the Facebook groups, which was kind of like, yikes. And then Ken Weiner was a part of the Facebook groups, and I'm like, yikes, you know? Not that that's necessarily a bad thing, but it's also a tad unprofessional, right? Those videos should have been marked as evidence and taken in and not sent to a central location like that. Because look what a shit show it's all caused, you know? My PTSD brain fueled by ADHD. Hello, she says, I saw a video that was, since Terry Lynn now feeling bad for CP and KP, she was talking with CP and gave me vibes like I was eavesdropping in on a new secret blooming romance. Bleak. Yeah. Or black. Yeah, well, I kind of thought like that after I heard that interview with Terry Lynn and Chris Proudfoot, and after I found out that I always knew, let me just back it up. I always knew that Chris Proudfoot got a phone call from someone other than his daughter when he was on panel with Katie and Smiley, right? And I always knew that, always knew that, but I didn't know who it was. And then when Smiley was like, yeah, that was actually Terry Lynn, then I said, oh, okay, well, that makes sense, right? And then when you go back and listen to the interview with them, the first interview, you can tell they were flirting back and forth, you know, and it's actually really gross because I don't want to think of anybody doing anything like that, especially not those two. Just gross. And then a panel with all the other ones is like, ugh. Remember, nothing was found on Sebastian's phone or any of the tech regarding Sebastian being lured online. That's not what this case is. This case is parental. Yeah, I mean, I also think that, you know, Sebastian was very limited with his phone use at his mom's. Now, at his dad's house, he was using the phone to communicate with his mom and his dad, you know, but at Chris and Katie's house, I mean, we saw it even Sunday, and maybe Sunday wasn't the norm, right? I would think that might be safe to say that, right? But Sebastian did not have his phone with him, and they were out and about, as Katie said, all day, in and out of the house, running all over the place, right? Everything's very close to where he lives, all the places they were going. By the way, because I thought it was more spread out, it's not. It's very close. And so they were, you know, back and forth to the house and, you know, had a busy day. I absolutely think this case is parental. Sebastian Rogers' case is parental. And some of the reasons why are because there is no footage at all of Sebastian leaving the house, right? Unless we're to look at the lights video, right? But that would be the only indication of that. Katie does leave in the morning. We see her leaving in the morning. And if Sebastian did make it home with her, she could have taken him out in the morning because she was driving around and doing whatever she wanted to do. And again, with them knowing where the license plate readers are, which ones are working, which ones aren't, you know, maybe they were evading some of that technology as well, you know? No, it's on a bigger scale. It's on a bigger scale, Liberty. I agree. Thank you, Witchy. Yeah, I agree. I want to say that at this point, that it just it's another one of the lost opportunities in this case. You know, Marion, it just is. It's a lost opportunity, a missed opportunity that they needed to get in there and do that, and they didn't. You know. Brenda's that's a good point. Yeah, they can catch the online child stalkers and S crimes. They interviewed a gal and she was so stressed out and knows if she takes a day off, more children will get hurt. Yeah, and I mean, I think that there's a very high number of people, Brenda, that really are in this for the right reasons. And law enforcement um across the board. But there is a high level of corruption that if we could just get a hold of it somewhat, we might be able to make a difference. But again, you know, even when these people get caught and go to prison, they still have networks that they're using to do their crimes, you know, which is sad. They have people lined up to take their place. Um, you know, it's infuriating. Holly says, I mean, I have the police been defunded and now it's like bare bones investigating. They're not doing that great on Nancy's case either, from what I understand. Well, they were saying that the backpack was from Ozark Trails, but there's no indication that it's from Ozark Trails on the backpack. The backpack is literally, there are no identifying marks on the bag to say it's from Ozark Trails. So I saw that on Fox News and I was like, wait, what? Because that is not the same backpack at all that they showed. I can tell you that right now. That backpack was smooth all across, like almost like one of those like little cheap bags that you get, you know, that have the drawstring on them, you know, and it was that material, like kind of like a parachutey material, and there was no indication of a logo on there whatsoever. So I'm like, how do you figure it's Ozark Trail? Like, unless he took off the logo, but I don't see him. I mean, again, yeah, and like I said, if citizen sleuths are doing things like this, I don't understand why the FBI can't do something like that, right? Um, and again, some of the colors might not be spot on because we are using a program to do something like this. But you know, we could look at the shape of this person's mouth. They absolutely look like they're, you know, worried. Their eyes do look bloodshot. I can't tell the color of this person's eyes by this, but it does appear that they have, you know, a little bit of a darker olive complexion, maybe even because you're out, you know, in that area in Arizona, sunny, right? It could be a tan. So just a lot of things to consider. But when we're looking at enhanced photos like this is what can help us get closer to identifying our perpetrator. I do think that it's of the utmost importance, though, to identify what this person was wearing, as it was all brand new. And that to me would be easy to look up, in my opinion. It would probably be a lot of data to go through, but at a certain point, they could probably pinpoint who bought all of this attire, especially something like the gun holster that was used. Couponing says, wouldn't Sebastian have been on camera when they took him back from the Texas Roadhouse? I mean, I would think so, but nobody could tell who was actually in the vehicle because Katie went straight into the driveway, you know, straight into the garage. So, and good to see you, Couponing. Thanks for being here. So, yeah, I mean, that's what's difficult, right? It's because we don't really know. Nobody could see, and nobody could see who it was taking the trash out. So, well, and I think also when there's less funding, Liberty, there's more room for palm greasing, right? Greasing of the palms, in that scenario, because they're in need of money. And so if somebody comes along that has money, it could put somebody in a position where they're more easily corrupted. So that's something to always consider. Kathy Bowersox seems to like to buy playground equipment, things like that. She knows that, greasing them palms is the way to get people to do what she needs them to do, in my opinion. Marion says, I would tell them that the other confused, I would tell them that the other confessed. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yep. I'm so bad. She says, yeah, I mean, I can see that. Now that's where, it comes into play where the police can lie to you. The police could tell a fib and say, hey, we think your husband just told us, this would probably be maybe a more likely scenario. Your husband just said that, you confessed to this, or that he's saying that, or whatever. And they could probably get her to talk based on that. I see what you're saying, Marion. Yeah. I mean, there's all kinds of tactics that they're allowed to use. Now, they do have to be careful, because a good defense attorney would come in and say, hey, this was a coerced confession, right? So they don't want any type of coerced confessions to come into play, because that's a way to, lose out on some of the evidence. They might throw some of it out of court and different things like that. So, but to a certain extent, what's smart is to use the information that the husband is giving against the wife and vice versa, in a way, right? Especially if what they're saying isn't matching up. And in this situation, with Chris being away and Katie being the only one in the house, that could work very, very nicely for detectives, right? So if the one detective is noticing that Chris's statements are not aligning with Katie's, like in terms of the times they were on the phone and things like that, and there's no indication or way that Chris and Katie can contact each other or see each other's body language or anything like that, it could really have been the thing to crack Sebastian's case wide open. It just really could have been, because they could have used that information to their advantage as leverage to get Katie to start telling the truth. And that should have been done right, first thing, And I would hate to see another child fall through the cracks in Tennessee because of that. I think that needs to be something that really needs to happen. I don't know who I would need to talk to about making that happen, but I think that is something that needs to happen moving forward. You always take the parents into separate rooms, and that goes for Seth too. They should have brought him down, put him in another room, verified his alibi, and let him go. And if they did that, you guys, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about this. We wouldn't be sitting here listening to these nasty pieces of crap women, in my opinion, talking shit about Seth, saying that he put bruises on his son when he didn't. Hello, Nano. So, little Miss Sharon, I'm sorry. Now that's one I would try to give back. I'd be like, no, thank you. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know how you give them back. Oh, Holly S., thank you for the super sticker. Thank you, girl. Aw, that was so nice of you. Thanks, Holly. That's funny. No sense. Nano. Well, see, here's the thing, Nano. I was very much not a fan, but then whenever she brought up all of this other stuff, I was like, well, thank you for understanding where I'm coming from on that, because not a lot of people understood it. And so it kind of made me feel like Stockholm syndrome. I don't know what you would call it. It's like it's a very odd feeling because I felt like a lot of people that were very close to me didn't get it. And a lot of people who were, or someone who doesn't like me. I mean, she's called me horrible names and then said that I wasn't a liar, but well, she says I'm a liar, but not when it comes to this. So I was like, okay, it's weird. I don't know how to feel. I'm glad you made it, Nano. No, you're never late. We've just been, talking about investigations. Like what do we do in the investigations, right? So I've kind of narrowed it down to who, what, when, where, and how, right? And then also on piggybacking on with that is means, motive, opportunity. So that's all we've been talking about today. And some of this craziness with the backlash. I understand that it's hard for anybody, but the thing is that we just have to understand across the board it's not right to do it to each other. It isn't. Holly says they're causing drama in other communities as well. I was scrolling through Reddit and their names came up for drama in a whole different community. Oh, whose names? Oh shit, Holly, you might text me. Oh Lord. And see, that's why I think it's important to address it, right? Because like I hate not to address it. Hello, Kylie's nail candy. Good to see you. Aw, thank you, Witchy. She says, smooch it, bop it, flick it, tap it, dance on it if you wish. Please hit that like button. Thank you. Aw, Witchy, thank you. That's so sweet of you. And little Miss Sharon gifted a membership. Aw, little Miss Sharon, thank you. And welcome to the Dragon Tribe. If you got a membership, please say thank you to little Miss Sharon. Oh, thank you so much, little Miss Sharon. You guys have no idea how much you help out and just keep this channel going. We're just keep on, puffing along on our little crazy train of but it's good. It's good. And I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. Oh, thank you. Oh, okay. Another story tonight, Tamara. I thought so. I just didn't want to say it until I knew. Thank you, Tam. Tam says, Lady Freedom, I have to leave shortly. Well, thank you for being here, Tamara. I appreciate it. Susan sent me a message that 5 and 6, they're doing another story and I want to watch it. Okay, wonderful. I'm getting, if you see it before I do, send me the link and I'll do the same too, Tamara. I hope it's a good one. Gosh. I think Susan did a good job on the first one. I really do want to shout out to Susan Samples. You could tell she put her heart into it. And, I appreciate that for Devlin. So thank you, Tamara, for letting us know. So look, guys, we got an update coming our way, I know, Nano. I know. We were saying if we did 100 memberships, and you guys would probably all get one if we did 100. I did the free ones for the month too. I know. Yeah. I can't believe most of this stuff. I mean, I'll say I believe it, when I see it, and then I see it and I'm like, oh, hell no. Holly, it's like, oh my gosh, and especially with the hatred stuff. I would just invite people to do their own research on a person. So like if I said something like, and I hate to use you as a reference, Holly, but I'm just shooting the shit. But like, if I was to say, hey, everybody, don't like Holly. She's a, horrible person. And I'm kind of trying to sound like B. Tim here. Holly's a really bad person. And I just don't even see why anybody would like her. Well, go over to Holly's channel and try to get to know her and try to see what people are talking about, right? Because a lot of the times people will do these hate or smear campaigns on people, and you go over to their channel, because I've done this before where somebody was talking so much shit, and then I'm like, okay, so I go over there and I'm like, what are they talking about? It's not anything like what they're saying, so I would always invite people to do their own research on that. And don't believe everything that you hear. Just because somebody has beef with another person doesn't mean that everything they're saying is true. I mean, they could be telling the truth, and you'll figure that out. As Holly's saying, Reddit is a good place to go for that information, FYI, and thank you, Holly. Hello, Naughty McPoppins. Good to see you. I've said that before too. I can't believe we give these people credibility. What on earth? I know, and there's a lot of people that do like watch it or go over there, and I think it's a lot of it because of um, Chris and Katie, being on there. So we want to see what they have to say, and then we sit there watching for 7 hours um, for nothing, even with Chris Proudfoot, like somebody was asking in the comments, what are you talking about with this postmaster general? I just find it to be completely crazy that he has enough time to go to the post office and ask for the postmaster general, but he can't go and search for his missing stepson, right? He can't be bothered to do anything because he's guilty as all sin, in my opinion. And, he's just trying to, hang with the people that he thinks that he's protected by on the internet, so he doesn't have to feel like everybody's side eyeing him, which most people are. As I said, I believe that there are way more of us than there are of them. They just like to flex and act like there's so many of them, which there's a significant amount, which is concerning. But again, we have to always consider the source. I find it funny that Katie goes on and talks about that on the 1 year anniversary of Sebastian going missing. And I just wanted to send the news station clips, right, of just Katie going to unreliable sources all over the internet. It's laughable, but it's also a major issue, right? And I think that it should be addressed. I think that, that the networks are held to a certain standard, right? They have producers, they have sponsors, they have all these things. I don't even give a shit about that. I don't. I never wish to be held back like that. Um, but I think that they are absolutely irresponsible by allowing Katie Proudfoot to say something like that. And when we all know the reality is they're having these panels with felons, right, that actually have documented felonies, people that are unsavory, and then even people that are using drugs on their channel, like just willy-nilly, right? Like they don't care. And I'm not talking about herbal supplements. I'm talking about hardcore things that they are putting straight to the dome and straight to the throat. Okay, enough said. I think poor Nancy living her best life. She must have stepped on someone's ego or uncovered corruption. She was investigating Medicare fraud. That's what I heard. Really, JDR? Thank you for being here. That's interesting. I'm sorry to hear that that could be an option here. I didn't know that she was investigating or looking into that. That's very interesting. And I think that adds a little bit more of a complex layer as to what could have happened to Nancy. And I do feel sorry for her. And my heart goes out to the family that isn't, if they are involved, that isn't involved, right? I haven't had a chance to deep dive into Nancy's case. I've just been kind of watching from the sidelines here and there. But I did find it interesting that people are trying to do photo enhancements on the information and the videos that we do have. And like I said, I didn't think it was far off from what we were doing in Sebastian Rogers' case. I actually thought it was exactly the same thing. So, but I'm enjoying getting to know her case a little bit more. And I'm willing to help in any way I can. I think the best thing that people can do at this point, especially law enforcement, is to find where that gun holster was bought, the brand new one. Find out where that outfit was bought, the backpack, all that brand new equipment was just bought. If not the, weapon itself. And then also, that person had a bag full of stuff. So we don't even know what all this person brought with them in order to subdue Miss Nancy. Poor Nancy. I agree. Thank you for being here, JDR. I can't stand the bee either. To be honest, I have no use for any of that bunch. It's terrible, Nano. I think so many of us were hurt by that whole situation. And again, I'm just grateful for everybody that came out of the other side of it. But I think that, it's more so for me that Queen Bee uses her panel, for an open panel. So people will go there and they will talk, on the panel and things like that, which isn't a bad thing. And honestly, it's not up to me to have, how she runs things at her channel. But I do think it's problematic because it's not like there's any type of research done on the host's part, right? Even watching back them describe the photo and the video that I did, which are two different things, by the way. I did enhance the photo in my video, but I showed the process in the video. And they can't even be bothered to watch a 9-minute video, Nano? It's like, go watch the friggin' video. So I've been working on putting things together on that front. Just kind of a once and for all type of a thing. So if anybody wants to reference that, I can put it in a playlist. But again, I found it odd because a lot of people were also like reaching out to me and being like, it's so interesting that, they're blaming everything on you with this picture, from Sebastian's case. And lo and behold, in Nancy's case, people are doing the exact same thing and trying to get to the bottom of what they're seeing in this footage, and who this assailant could be. So I do find it very interesting. And so I thought it would be a good time to, just discuss that and why we would investigate it further in the first place. Like what would make us want to do that, I know they are bullies, little Miss Sharon. They are. And they're not really good at it either. Because how are you calling somebody else ugly when you look like a man yourself? Like it's very disturbing because these people have no self-awareness whatsoever. And I would think if you were doing your makeup in the mirror, you could see yourself. But that's neither here nor there, I guess, because in my opinion, and again, we have the catfish. Everybody was calling Crime Chronicles a catfish. And she is, like, you could totally tell that her picture does not match up with her voice or, her age or anything like that. And again, I would just encourage people to be themselves and to be proud of who they are and to use their own image and likeness. Even if you're going to do, like not a subscriber level, but even just as a creator, because you're selling yourself, you're branding yourself with your channel. I don't know that people really care about that, or if they just care about hitting that monetization and getting in with the nasty channels. Because I can't see a lot of these channels growing, right? They just don't have what it takes, right? And that part's sad because you don't want to ever crush anybody's hopes and dreams for being the biggest hater on YouTube or anything. But at the end of the day, be yourself, sell yourself. If you are, a 50-year-old grandma with, strawberry blonde hair, don't put a 17-year-old picture on your avatar. Be yourself. It says a lot about these people that they hide behind someone that they're not. My avatar is a picture of me on a live stream that I snapped from a still shot of a live stream, that I did when I was up on my panel without an avatar. So that's just me, right? But you're never going to get big or be able to sell yourself or build a genuine audience of people who know and trust you by your face and your voice if you're not using your own picture. And so I would just encourage Crime Chronicles to take the one down that she AI'd to look like me when I was 17 and, put up a picture of herself, put your money where your mouth is, show who you are, and be authentic. So Nano says, I have to step away because of all of the BS that was going on. I was hurt and I was very disappointed at things, how things started to go wrong. Yeah, I mean, I was as well. Um, and I certainly wasn't going to go over to the quote unquote dark side. And I think that's a lot of what they wanted me to do. Um, and when I figured out I didn't want to do it, it was an issue. You know, like when I dropped off the call with Stephen Crabtree, you know, I sat and listened for a good while and listened to Terry Lynn say how she never had her tires slashed, how she never was threatened for anything, and all of this nonsense back and forth. And I couldn't stomach it, let alone stand it. You know, I had to get off. And I wasn't going to go in on Canva so they could do their AI crap. That's never been my channel. I've never been AI. Again, I've always kind of taken these interviews and did comparisons on them and things like that. I've just never done that. So I asked that question, Nano, too. I did. I asked as well. About does anyone think it's a female? Because it looks kind of like that mustache was drawn in. And I think maybe Brenda, you're talking about that too. It looks like, I mean, I don't know. I'll add it again, but it just right here, it's either there's a scar, because you know how people, if you have like a scar, it kind of shows up like that real light, you know? So you have the outline of this person's lips here, and then down here you see, seems like their mouth is kind of a little bit, you know, there's a little bit of an open area here. But again, you would think it would be just kind of a smoother, but then even right here you have a little bit of room. It doesn't look like this individual has a big nose at all, because you can't see, you know, any type of, then again, it's a straight on view. But yeah, it looks pretty fake, in my opinion. I know people said that he looks like he's got pink eye. And I'm like, I don't know, their eyes might be bloodshot because, you know, they might be doing substances or something. A mother and son usually have a special bond, just like fathers and daughters do. Yeah, absolutely, Brenda. I mean, you know, I think it's good to have a bond, you know, with any child that you have. I don't see how a mother couldn't, though. Like, that's my whole thing. You know, I don't have a son, so I don't know. But I just know that, you know, with my daughter, I was very much connected to her before she was even born. And, you know, no doubt about it. And I couldn't wait to actually meet her. I think she's just as much of an anomaly as her own mother. Well, and that's another thing too. There's not a frame of reference, you know, at all, right? And then not being with Sebastian while she was deployed, that's a big deal too. That drives quite a bit of a wedge, you know. Oh, I get what you're saying, Holly. Holly says, I don't mean the profiling. I mean, are they talking about crimes at all? Or, yeah, not to hurt people's feelings. Yeah. What are the police even focusing on? You know, I mean, I just find it odd that, again, they took so long for this footage too, but it almost does seem like more of a relaxed policing style. And, you know, I would like to know where the focus is too. I would. I think that would help us identify things a little bit better. And I also think that, you know, when we don't know, again, we're going to fill in the blanks. in our minds and try to make it make sense, you know? So, oh, thank you, Witchy. Let me check the Discord. Give me 1 second. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. TMZ. Okay. Oh, wow.
TMZ has obtained a third email from the man who claims he knows the identity and the location of Nancy Guthrie's kidnapper, and he has now upped his demand. We know it is the same person who wrote the other two notes because the Bitcoin address is identical. So he says that he is going through TMZ because he does not trust law enforcement. He is essentially saying, you don't trust me and I don't trust you. What he is suggesting is by the FBI upping the reward to $100,000, it was designed to discredit him. He says, quote, to discredit me. So what he is saying is he now wants the following. He wants one fraction of a Bitcoin worth $50,000. And for that, he says he will give up the name and location of the kidnapper. He says he will not cash that until the kidnapper is actually arrested, and then he expects the second Bitcoin fraction, another 50,000. So he wants the $100,000 reward, he says, but he wants it in this form and not simply coming forward to authorities. He has a variety of reasons on why he doesn't want to come forward to authorities, one of which is interesting. He says it's because that it could compromise his possible freedom. Now, I don't know what that means. Does that mean that he is peripherally associated with this kidnapper? He does not explain what that means, but he says it in this email. Now, there's something really important here, that he says that when he gets the initial payment, and this is a quote, he will give up, quote, the name of the main individual, the main individual. So clearly he is suggesting, and he did insinuate this before, but he is saying it squarely here, the main individual. That means if this is legit, he has accomplices. So he does refer to the current state of Nancy Guthrie. We are not going to get into what that is. We have forwarded this on to the FBI. They asked for it and we gave it to them. We received this email just before noon Pacific time, Friday, today. So again, the third email, he says this time, this is it, that it's his final time to approach anybody. The third time is it. Now remember, he said that last time too, but he says he's coming forward now because of the increase in the ransom reward. And we will see. The authorities are looking at this, I guess, to determine if it's legitimate. We have checked this Bitcoin address, and so far, no deposit has been made.
Okay, guys. So that was interesting. I hope you guys could hear that all right. And I'm reading your comments too as I go. Hey, Narita, good to see you guys. Welcome in, Angel of Light. Hey, Sasha. You know, and Nano, I agree. I know that's what's really tough. That's one person that I talked to behind the scenes was Terry Lynn in the beginning, you know, because I was her mod and stuff like that. So it's just it's hard, it's hurtful. I never wanted Terry Lynn to think I was trying to get information out of her because I was legitimately trying to be a friend. Because I felt like she had the weight of everything on her shoulders, you know. But then I come to find out that wasn't the case. Right, exactly, and we gotta stand up for what's right, Nano, and that's why I don't have a problem. I know people will be like, "Well, that's, you're being too nice or whatever," but I really don't have a problem being neutral with a lot of this stuff and then standing up for what's right or wrong, no matter who it is that's doing it. If it was one of the fellow creators that I enjoyed watching, but I felt like there was something that was done that wasn't right, I would say it. I mean, again, it is what it is. Um, that's right. That's right, Kylie. I won't sell out to those damn networks. Oh gosh, what a mess. They are a mess. And half the time, YouTubers have everything done. Um, you know, it's amazing. It's amazing to me. Um, Hello, Wendy. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Good to see you guys coming in. Let me check my email for Kai J because I know, or Key J. I'm sorry, I always say that wrong. Um, did you get my email with the post from CP and Facebook? Okay, so I did get that too, Sandy. Yes. Yes. Do you guys know when that was by any chance? Does anybody know? Because I got it. Let me go in there and look really quick too. Um, Really, really quick. Here we go. Let's see. Mhm. All right. Oh, okay, so I see. Let's see. Thank you, Marion. That is so nice of you. Thank you for sending me that. I would love to see that happening all over. Okay, so this screenshot, yes. All right, so this screenshot is someone asking Christopher Proudfoot, and they're saying, because damn it, it doesn't ever give dates on these. But it says, why aren't you allowed around your kids? And you think just because you are cooperating doesn't mean law enforcement aren't looking at you too. The rest of us sure are, because you know, or excuse me, because you two know exactly what happened. And Chris Proudfoot, there was a couple of replies. And then Chris Proudfoot says, "You are correct. We do know what happened, and everything has been reported to law enforcement agencies. Thank you for stating the obvious." Isn't it? His replies are so weird, in my opinion. Like, just the fact that he says, "You are correct. We do know what happened." Right? Um, it's just odd. Because again, I feel like he baits people with these kind of comments, right? Like, "Oh, you're absolutely correct. We know what happened." And if it's just a contradiction, right? It's always a constant contradiction. And if they knew what happened, then we would have found Sebastian by now, right? Um and then again, he says that he told law enforcement all that he knows. And then he knows that many people are side eyeing him, right? Um, so yeah, it's just interesting, right? Um, let's see. KJ. I don't know if I got yours, KJ. Mm. Okay, I got it. Okay, never mind. I got it. I got it. Okay, I see it. Oh my gosh, and see, I've already made accommodations. Oh, but I will text you. I will text you. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry, guys. I've been so neglectful towards my emails because I've just been, you know, working on these videos and trying to kind of really listen into what was being said. And um but yeah, what do you all think a spin doctor, right? Is this the spin doctor of chaos? Oh my goodness, Kylie, that's a great that would be a great title for a live or a video. The spin doctor of chaos. All we'd have to do is put all of their statements that they've ever said all together. I mean, because I feel that it's like I read it and I roll my eyes. I'm like, oh my God, this guy again, you know? Because honestly, it's just playing games. And I would, if it was my missing stepchild, um, and again, I can't really flip the gender roles, right? Because I'm too girly to do that. But you know, say I was, you know, the stepmom in this situation, right? And then people were accusing my husband, who was the last one with his son, right? I would be um if I thought that my significant other had something to do with it, I would leave. Obviously, I wouldn't be sticking around. But I honestly wouldn't be causing any problems either or talking negatively about my stepson. And so I don't understand ever how Mr. Chris can feel confident and okay with doing that at all, right? And then furthermore, it makes me think that he has something more to do with it because he's absolutely stirring the pot every chance he gets, right? Spinning the narrative, spinning the way that he wants people to perceive it. Um, yeah. And that part's very obvious to me, you know? So yeah, if you know exactly, Witchy, if you know, then spit it out. He said himself, see something, say something, and then I'll put on do something, right? Do something about it, right? I mean, come on. You know, put your money where your mouth is, sir. If you're gonna, you know, say that you know, then tell us what you know. Which obviously that would get his butt thrown in jail faster than, you know, anything else. So well, it's not that they know there ain't telling C Duper's delight. I know something you don't know. Yeah, isn't that sick, Sasha? It's a game. Exactly. I know something you don't know. Like they're stuck at 8 years old or 13. I don't know. I know. It's ridiculous. You just don't expect those kinds of games, you know? You expect somebody to come out and be serious about the fact that your stepson is missing. I mean, look, even if you don't like someone and something horrible happens to them, you still step up and say, "I'm so sorry that happened to you." Right? If you know about it. And so it's just kind of odd that he's you know, having so much fun with this. So, very immature. Absolutely. No, he's not dad material at all. I mean, you know, we all know what Nina had said about him not wanting faith. Um You know, that's sad. How many other people did he make, you know, do that? You know, and I'm sure he wasn't advertising that to women at the age he was, that he wasn't wanting to be a father, because usually the dating pool of women out there that's, you know, looking for someone that's right in the age range of, you know, baby making years, if I'm being honest. So CP reminds me of John Wayne Gacy, the serial killer that dressed up as a clown. Yeah, he's got definite Gacy vibes. Oh, for sure. For sure. Thank you. Thank you, Kylie's nail candy. Yeah, absolutely. I know. And I'm trying to get all this stuff compiled together because all of that happened within like a couple of days where it was just like hot and heavy, you know, putting out a lot of information. And you know, as it pertains to even myself and then people that were, you know, mods of mine, and mods of Terry Lynn's, you know, also. So Exactly, Holly. Exactly. Remember, his coworkers didn't know about Sebastian and KP. That is so odd to me. That is so odd, you know? Oh my goodness. Oh, geez, Sandy, I'm so sorry. Sandy says my son got hit by a car right in front of my ex and he just drove away. Rose, oh gosh. Oh my gosh. I can't even imagine that. That is absolutely awful. Absolutely awful. Um, I'd be running down the street trying to get the license plate number of the oh my gosh. That is horrible. I don't think she's innocent or weak either. I used to think so. Not the innocence part. I've always known that it had to come back to Katie, right? I mean, that's just where the facts lead us to. But I used to think it was because she was being abused by Chris, right? Like he wouldn't let her talk and all of that. It's because she doesn't want to talk, right? It's because she wants to, you know, hide behind him. So, and then hold info up for the highest bidder to grab onto it. It's like child monsters need to end the games. I know. I know. Oh yeah, the taunting letters to LE. So did BTK. Yeah, he was writing taunting letters too. Yeah, absolutely. The Zodiac though, Zodiac guy. Um, absolutely. If we could get law enforcement to follow our lead, they might make some processes, but they're too busy acting like we don't count. But we can keep bringing their cases to fruition. A lot of things they ultimately follow up on is what we have been saying the whole time. You know, I noticed that too, Sasha, and that's why I started getting more of my information from social media, people that were sleuthing, deep diving into the cases, because again, the networks are held to a different standard than we are, you know. And when I hear people saying, you know, well, we got the Nancy Grace episode taken down, um, you know, I believe that a lot of it has to do with the fact that they have to substantiate evidence as well. So a lot of it comes back to that they're bound by different rules, so to speak, as we are. The public, the court of public opinion, is a lot different than um, the court of law. You know, we can speculate here, we can bring things into um, speculation that we're not allowed to in the court of law, right? They literally will say objection, speculation, right? That's part of something that doesn't, that isn't a part of a court case, which it doesn't have any business being a part of it, right? Because we are all entitled to have a fair and speedy trial. And so that's where the fair part comes in, right? We cannot speculate and put ideas into the jury's head, because ultimately all of the information that they, and that's another reason they can't research the information. They have to only base their judgment or their verdict on what has been said in the court hearings, not their own research, not public opinion, only the facts that are presented in the court. And that's huge, right? That is huge. But when it comes to Sebastian Rogers' case, we've had people that have absolutely tampered with evidence in his case, in terms of Lego My Diego dog handler and Terry Lynn with these pants, right? They have absolutely done some kind of fuckery involving those pants. And furthermore, they are involved with Chris and Katie Proudfoot, right? And so I think there will be more that is going to unfold as the days go by, because time will tell, right? Everything comes out in the wash. Kylie's Nail Candy says, the oddest thing, how many years have they been together? I would love to hear from neighbors to see how often KP was at the house, or excuse me, CP was at the house. I bet not that often. Well, neighbors had speculated, the one across the street saying that, he was kind of in and out, you know. Um, Chris doesn't seem like someone who is a homebody necessarily, right? He seems to like to be out on the road doing his own thing and then, come back to a house when he feels like it, in my opinion. Yeah, and they were power and control with SA, right? Check. Yep. So maybe this person is SA with simple power and control, not money at all. Well, and I mean that could be too. I mean, those are things that are kept in the dark as well, Sasha. I think she was primed and he basically created a monster. He found or her foundation from childhood trauma and genetics loaded the gun, in my opinion. Yeah, I think so too, Holly. I mean, the thing is that there were a lot of factors from Katie's past as well as just who she is as a person, right? That helped facilitate what Chris Proudfoot was trying to do as well. I mean, they were both in on it completely, in my opinion, you know? Yeah, and CP was right there with her. And I believe that if he didn't have any involvement, because like I said, as far as we know, Chris was in Memphis. But I just don't think that that's completely true. And I don't think that he had zero involvement because I think he would have ran for the hills by now. There's nothing that's keeping Chris and Katie together. We see how their relationship is. It's been shown to us many, many times. Chris yells, he gets upset. Katie does exactly what Chris wants her to do. But Katie is also right there to try to impress Chris. And that's the problem. She's very into making him happy and impressing him and showing him that she's one of those evil, tough girls, right? When really she's not. She's a coward. She's got to be one of the biggest cowards I've ever seen. Because he's in control and could have committed SA and doesn't ever take the money for some reason. Maybe the Guthrie perp is SA in power and control, not money. Yeah, I mean, I think that that's a strong possibility too, Sasha. Well, Katie did bring that up and said that she wanted the Katie told Heather PI that she wanted her to check into the possibility of trafficking, but it was very performative in my opinion. As if Katie wanted her to do it, on the sly or behind the scenes or, because she was calling it stupid too, like these stupid theories and whatnot. But then again, if you thought it was so preposterous, why would you want that checked into further, Sandy, I just kind of want to make it only positive. Because I plan on giving Seth the signs afterwards, and I just want them to be like positivity and love for Sebastian. And I know that Seth has come in here too and talked about how he just wants it to be something that's positive and loving and kind for Sebastian. So I would really like to keep it just on that front. I do want to make a sign that says clear Seth, well, let me know when you think of it, Sandy, and I'll answer whatever you'd like. And thank you, couponing. Thank you so much. Yeah. I mean, think about when you're taught to lie and hide things, let me go ahead. I wanted to share this with you guys from 5D. I know I've watched it. So give me a second here to pull it up. Now this is about a 15-minute deal. And again, let me share this link for 5D. Because I do want to share this. I want to do a night show tonight. I was thinking about doing a night show. But again, I wanted to make sure I know that we're supposed to be getting some new video from Devlin as well. So here we go, guys. I'm going to go ahead and play this for you guys. Oh, actually, let me get rid of that here. All right. And this is credit to 5D.
Since Sebastian Rogers vanished from his Sumner County home. His mother says the 15-year-old boy with autism simply walked out of their house. As Fox 17 News' Dennis Ferrier shows us, the search continues to capture the hearts of Middle Tennesseans, including a Goodlettsville woman.
Terry Williams works on the Sebastian Rogers disappearance case every day of her life. She's not related to the boy, but she's been devastated by what happened and decided she had to do something about it.
Signs are on the ground.
Terry Lynn Williams has searched for Sebastian Rogers nearly 200 times in the past year, through every environment possible, in creeks, in the woods, in the dead of night, in business parking lots, everywhere and anywhere, relentless.
I'm a mom, and as a mom, I can't say what any other mom will do or would do. When a kid, when it's that close and you feel like it's just something, it's your community. This isn't my home. You know, I grew up in Hendersonville. I went to Beach. I graduated from Beach High School. That hits home. He's not my child. He's not.
Yeah, we know.
But he deserves to be found and looked for. He deserves that.
Williams marks every search.
Okay, guys, this is a lot. Every day of her life. This is a lot. I was thinking about playing this because I'm not gonna be nice. I'm not gonna be nice. I think it's mathematicians for sure. Holly, I think a lot of it has to do with mathematicians. But yeah, and you guys you guys are gonna have to, you know, I mean I'm sorry. Yeah. She's busy on the hate panels. She's hate hopping. So much for the promise to that kid. And, you know, she cannot articulate herself at all. And good to see you, Tina girl. You know, she did this interview with Mr. Farrader right before she went to the dark side. And I'm sorry, but okay, let's just, you know, we'll play it out. Again, credit, thank you, 5D.
Site with a big green ribbon. It's Sebastian's favorite color, and it's now hanging in unlikely places all over Sumner County. Terry has also made and put up 300 signs donated by a local sign maker and passed out 6,000 flyers. It is, by all accounts, above and beyond what anyone could ever expect or even imagine.
It was just like they just dissipated it, and they were probably searching other ways, but I can't say that for sure. I just knew that I wasn't going to stop. I made a promise. And if I promise a child something, I'm not going to stop.
Williams still keeps a blanket out on her front porch to remind her that if Sebastian is alive, he might be cold or uncomfortable, even though the most optimistic people have little hope that Sebastian is still alive.
I still have hope. I still have that hope, but I'm not going to stop searching.
In fact, she has another big round of searches planned in the upcoming weeks and hopes this will help renew interest in this cold and depressing case.
Oh, I would love to see a community come together, really come together. Stop all the conspiracies. Let's just put all that to the side. Why not plan a search once a month?
They want to know, how often do you feel okay? Oh, I don't know if you can answer if the bed was slept in that morning. I don't know.
I know that when I got to the house and I walked in, I saw the room was a mess. Blanket wasn't, I mean, his bed wasn't made, stuff like that. But police had already been in the house to search.
Okay, they want to know what the F is up with the stepdad story. It's all over the place. I'll answer that, in my opinion. That way he doesn't have to, if that helps.
It's fine because I mean I don't know. He's his own person. He's going to say whatever he wants to say.
Mm-hmm. Is he one of your good friends?
Who?
This stepfather.
Talk every once in a while. I volunteered for a polygraph and I was not given one.
Okay. Do you know of anybody that has been given one? That's been a big question everybody's asking. I'm asking the questions, the hard ones they've asked. I bet it for Seth. Y'all heard me. I said I bet him. He was working 12 hours. He got a call in between that.
A text message at about 6:20 in the morning. I'd been there since 6 p.m. because I like to beat traffic because on 24 you never know how traffic is.
Mm-hmm.
I was there about 6 o'clock that day evening at work, and then when I got the message at 7:20 Monday morning to call Chris that it was a 911, and when I called, that's when I found out my son was missing.
Is there something that did y'all just not mesh well, you and him?
You know, we meshed pretty well.
Did you ever choke him?
No.
Okay, right there. Did you ever choke him? And she just asked flat out, right? And he, before she even barely got it out, he's like, nope, 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 you know, crazy. And thank you so much for being here also, Pixie Girl. I always watch From the Bushes, and I heard Terry Lynn knows CP for years. Don't know how true it is, but I don't put nothing past some of these people. Yeah, and you know, the thing is that she has definitely known his family. I have never seen proof that she knows him, except for she likes to join the panel when he does, or he'll come up when she's showing her interviews and things like that. It's a very strange relationship. The last interaction that people actually witnessed was of Terry Lynn and Chris Proudfoot, and they were all, you know, having a heated interaction at the courthouse. And you know, again, with Terry Lynn, I find her to be very pathetic. She really is. That's why I just kind of laugh at her when I see her, especially when they take a picture of her like this, because she looks like the troll she is. But I just find it to be very odd, the interactions with Chris and Terry Lynn. Again, I think when you are doing substances that you will do things for cheaper. And I think that's how that all transpired, in my opinion. She does have main character syndrome. It's all about her, right? I went to Beach High School. I'm a mom. Doesn't talk about Sebastian. Doesn't talk about what she's learned about him in the case. Doesn't talk about anything. And then she has the audacity to talk about coming together when she's the one that has been connected as of late to all of these people having real life situations because of her and her best friends. You know, yeah, she's just happy to be a part of the content. Happy to be part of it. Okay, Terry Lynn. She brings the views to the channel, nothing else. That's why they have her on the panels. Well, I think that her interview with Seth was something so that that way they could blame it on Seth, right? Because they knew that she wasn't going to use that interview in order to bring any truth to the situation. What I find interesting is that Seth has always said that the bedroom, you know, was flipped over right at his house. He's always said that when he got over to Chris and Katie's, that there was a lot of people in the house that never should have been, right? Instead of focusing on key areas like that, they will focus on anything to try to discredit Seth, right? Because they want to make Chris look better. I don't know why Terry Lynn asked if Chris and Seth were good friends. Who's best friends? You know, some people are, but many people are not best friends with their spouse's new significant other. I mean, maybe in some circumstances, but it's very rare in my opinion. And I know there'll be probably a lot of people that will say, Lady Freedom, my ex-husband and current husband are best friends and they watch the Super Bowl and they're, they golf or whatever. Typically we just don't see that. But either way, I thought it was an odd question. Hello, Canine Captain Jules. So good to see you. Thank you for being here. Well, and I mean, I'm glad that Seth was at work, so at least they can establish somebody had an alibi. Somebody's alibi was rock solid. I can't unsee the things I read and heard on Reddit. They are full of clips of her threatening people and going completely nuts, growling. Yes, I know. Holly, it's unbelievable to the point where I was sending those threads to people, those links to people, and I'm like, listen to this, right? This is the person that you're currently supporting. Because I was just so hurt by the fact that people were supporting that over a good channel or sticking with people who are actually trying to find Sebastian. So even to the point where they're all going over to Queen Bee's to watch Terry Lynn on the panel and stick up for her. And I can't unsee it either. I refuse to think that that's anything but what Terry Lynn is about, because that's exactly who she's shown herself to be. Right. So much for a promise to them kids, unbelievable. Catherine, good to see you. I used to follow Terry Lynn, but I remember something about one of her daughters being followed by someone and then she went quiet for a while. Anyone else remember that? Yeah, Catherine, I do remember that myself. And I don't know, I'm sure others do too. So Terry was trying to say a lot of things like that she was being followed or harassed, but whenever I was on a phone call with her and Crabtree, she was saying that that was not happening and that she lied about it. That she's never been threatened, that her family's never been threatened. She's also was going on and on about how she hurt her shoulder, how she hurt her back, how she did this, how she did that. All the while, Heidi Black was showing her, vacationing with Terry Lynn, and Terry Lynn was rock climbing. Again, these people know how Terry Lynn is. It's only shocking to us because we don't. Holly knows what I'm talking about. And it's well, she's the crisis actor, and she's the crisis actor, right, Holly? She is trying to get in there, trying to figure things out. And yes, Canine Captain Jules, yeah, I want to show those like whenever we do our panel. So Canine Captain Jules says she's so special. She texted my commander that I never had. Well, and that's kind of like, telling everybody that, I have a boyfriend that I've never seen, met, or heard of until them telling me that that's my boyfriend, which is, hey, whatever. I mean, but the thing is that's what they do. They go real life, and that's what we talk about with real life, right? Like they're trying to steal your accomplishments by going and trying to text people, whether they're doing it and they don't exist or what, but they're still spreading that around, which is a smear campaign, because that's false information, that's trying to defame someone else, right? But they don't care because they don't have accomplishments of their own, so they wouldn't know what it's like to have something like that actually hurt their livelihood, right? Or what they've accomplished. It's very sick. And then there's people that actually believe it with no receipts, and even when they have fake receipts, they can't understand that they're fake. Like even the ones that they showed Queen Bee, I was talking to one of the girls that they put the name on, pretending it was me, and she's like, I know that was fake and doctored. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so glad that you said that, because it's like they're doing these things and it's very dirty. And then you sent me that and I'm like, wow, they just make these things up. And it's because they're searching for recognition when they don't deserve it, in my opinion. And then they're taking recognition away from people who actually have accomplished something, just like them saying I was fighting for credit for a video that Nancy Grace wanted to play of one of my videos. I wasn't having to fight for anything because I already had the credit. That's what's it's very twisted and demented, and only someone that doesn't think for themselves would jump on board with that, right? Or only people that don't really give a crap would follow Terry Lynn and pay them their hard-earned money, knowing that she's grifted from a whole other community of people. It's like Bizarro land. Sasha says she looks like Danny Guy's wife. I would go far as to say they went to school together or maybe messed around. I don't know. My speculation, definitely very flirty. KP doesn't seem to care. Only money floats KP's boat, excuse me. Yeah. KP is all about money, money, money. She does not care about anything else. And I think that I should say she cares about money, and she cares about getting recognition from her dirtbag of a husband up here with Miss Terry Lynn. Yeah, because we've yet to see a panel where Katie graces us with her presence and Terry Lynn is up there, right? That's only, when Chris wants to go slumming, in my opinion. Holly says, Kylie, I agree. It's odd that he seems to surround himself with people who have substance abuse issues almost because he can control them that way. I think so too. I absolutely think that it is a way to control those people with money, and also because they don't think clearly themselves, right? They are paranoid, most of them, from just depending on what their choice is there. And it's absolutely easier to get those people to do horrible things because you can get in their brain. Somebody who's of sound mind does not. I have a picture of that. Witchy. That is one of the first emails that Terry Lynn sent to me, was a picture, of the Sebastian the Crab. Thank you, Kanan, Captain Jules. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I have your back too, girl. It's been tough going back and forth, whether I should address some of it, whether I shouldn't, because it's not. Most of it is untrue, right? But then it's like there's certain things like Terry Lynn's involvement that I think need to kind of be brought into the forefront, especially if they're trying to blame Seth or say that he did something wrong. He was a grieving father, and he went to Terry Lynn. He went to Terry Lynn for help, and instead he got some disjointed, crazy woman who was making all kinds of crazy accusations just to fit her own narrative. Cappy, yeah, wasn't Terry Lynn bragging about that Danny Guy was, an old notch on her bedpost? She sure did. That is true. Yes. And, at the time I was like, well, it's not like she could foresee, being a part of Sebastian's case. And so like, I didn't hold it against her, so to speak. Hello, Kiki. Oh, happy birthday to your son. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Aw, hello. But yeah, I kind of was like, well, it's not like she could foresee that this would happen. So if that happened back in the day, but I mean, she was bragging about it, and she said it on several occasions, yeah, well, that was the thing. People were like, how is this lady searching for Sebastian if she's blind? Like, Oh my goodness. Yeah, I would love to do that too. The mattress thing. Yeah, absolutely, Jules. And that's the thing. I mean, I think there's a lot of things that we could absolutely like dispel or talk about, debunk. I guess I don't know how to say it, but there was so much going on and so many untruths being spoken, and still even to this day. And now people are like groveling, well, I didn't know I should have believed Chris, I'm sorry, Chris. And to me, you can apologize for bad behavior and then we can work on trust. But in my opinion, if somebody's going to be that big of a jerk, um there's not enough apologies around. I'm not going to stick around for you to do it to me again, kind of a thing, right? It just kind of depends on the scenario, but it's funny that these people like, oh, I'm all about second chances. Well, that's because you do dirt all the time. If you don't do dirt all the time, then you have nothing to feel guilty about, and you can stand on putting boundaries up or deciding that the relationship has run its course, in my opinion. And here we go. Blah.
No neighbor would ever have heard you outside their home.
Getting on to him? Sure, they may have if he's in the yard.
And would they have ever heard you say anything like that to him?
No.
And did you ever have those 2 CPS cases at all that you're aware of?
Which 2 CPS cases are you talking about?
One for your daughter and one with Sebastian.
Yeah, I said that earlier. I know 2 CPS cases.
Are they closed or opened?
Closed.
When was the one with Sebastian opened?
I don't remember the date, to be honest with you.
Why did they open that one?
Because Sebastian went to school, told a story. Teacher mandated reported it. The lady showed up to the house. It was like, here it is, blah, blah, blah. I said, okay. Talked to Sebastian. Sebastian confirmed what she told me. And then she takes Sebastian outside, talks to him, and says, you cannot fabricate stories. You cannot make up stories, Sebastian. And that was it.
So, the rumors were that there was abuse in the home.
Yes, I've heard that people say I'm a very abusive husband, I'm an abusive father, all this stuff. And there's no abuse in the family.
Were you a, let's see, as a teen, let's say, were you a one that kind of got in trouble a little bit?
I was a hellraiser, but, not too much.
Maybe get kicked out of school and have to maybe go to a different type of school, like an alternative school. Maybe you have to choose to go into the military to get your shit together. Just asking because it's me to ask. I know I didn't graduate with you. I graduated from Beach.
Yeah, I didn't graduate from Beach.
I didn't think so.
No.
Did you graduate maybe from an alternative school?
No, ma'am. Nope.
I just wondered. Did you graduate from any school in the state?
Yes, I did. In fact, it was a Sumner County school.
Was it Hendersonville, Station County?
Oh, God, Station County wasn't even around.
No, it wasn't.
No.
Is it Evie Wilson?
No.
Gallatin?
No.
What? Let me think here.
So why did I graduated at Ford?
Let's see. You got White House. Or,
I graduated from a Sumner County school.
well, it's not hard to find that stuff.
Exactly.
White House, probably. I think it was White House, in my opinion. I'm going to say White House. Probably.
Okay.
All right. So I don't know why Chris didn't want to just go out tell Terry Lynn where he graduated from high school. I don't know why Terry Lynn would think that the high school that Chris went to was an alternative school, because it's not. He did attend, and apparently, according to himself, he did graduate from a high school, but it wasn't an alternative, like, behavioral disorder school, right, where you might think he went to. And I agree, Tina Girl. I don't think Sebastian made up any stories. I don't think he needed to. I think Sebastian told the truth. I know, Captain Jules. Literally, people only believe I was not in Tennessee because she went off on me on her live stream. I even said on a record in court this time I was there searching. Well, and the thing is that Terry Lynn wanted to act like she was the only one searching, right? And I'm gonna find this kid, and I made a promise, and then she just turns around and acts like a complete moron. you know, and she didn't do anything to help find Sebastian. She wanted to get in the mix of things and throw things off, in my opinion, you know. Yeah, and then the driving through the parking lots for hours on end, it just seems pointless to me. And she would talk really fast like she was on something. It was like searches were always about her. Yeah, they were. And people were under the impression that, you know, she was the last one searching, you know, which wasn't true at all. But she wanted to make it seem that way so that people would send her money and she'd be like, oh, 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 I haven't eaten, you know. And it's like, then you feel bad because she's over there huffing and puffing, you know. And it's like, oh, this poor woman, you know, buy this woman a coffee, a donut, something, you know. But when you're taking what the substances that what I was told by Grace's Gavel that she was taking, you don't eat on that. So if she took him outside, how did CP know what was said? You know, I don't know. I guess they were looking to, I don't know. I suppose they were looking to meet each other, and she said she was going to take him outside, and they were going to duke it out in the street or something, you know, in the front yard or whatever. I think it was all just manufactured content for drama, and that's what the 90 Day community is: manufactured content for drama, you know. Thank you, Jules. Thank you for being here. Maybe he doesn't want anyone trying to find people that knew him to speak out. Well, that's true. I can't imagine that he would have, you know, had that many friends with the attitude that he has. You know, oh, I don't like rap music, and I mean the hip hop. Oh, we don't do the hip hop and things like that. You know, Hunter's Lane is where he graduated from, and you know, it is predominantly minorities school, and you know, I'm sure with somebody with his attitude and his ignorance, probably didn't have a very good time of it at that school, if I could guess. Oh, thank you, Miriam. Thank you so much for that. Aw, thanks, Witchy. Is she the one who was threatening us that week in front of Sumner County? I mean, I don't think she's going to show up at all. That's Texana Fernandez, but that lady's off her rocker. She's really lost her shit. At some point, the cheese slid off the cracker and it never went back on. Yes, lady, they would have done that. He can't tell the truth. No, and you know, and in my opinion, you know, he was absolutely trying to, you know, fabricate and manufacture content with Terry Lynn. You know, she was calling him when they were on the but he did. Well, he said he did. He said he maybe he didn't, Kylie, but he said it was he went to Hunter's Lane is what he told everybody just recently. So again, that's why I don't know, like, why would you be I mean, maybe if he didn't graduate, it could be embarrassing, but why would you be embarrassed of where you went to high school? You know? So, but yeah, it's just odd. It's odd all around. You know, some of the things that he's so secretive with, it there's no point really, you know, in my opinion. But let's listen on a little bit.
Danny lived in the yellow house. And I don't know if you were around back in those days.
Yep, I was.
I'm just kidding. I mean, you probably were.
I was.
Let's see.
And guys, we do have to keep in mind that Terry Lynn is older, right? She's not terribly older than Chris, but Chris is like a year younger than me, and I'm 43, and Terry Lynn is like 51 or something like that. And so, in my opinion, there could have been a time where, you know, because Terry Lynn just said about Danny living in the yellow house. I don't know if you were around back then. And so, you know, he could have been 8 years, 9 years 10 years younger than Terry Lynn, right? And they could have not met each other in passing, and she could have been more of Danny's type. Well, obviously, but and age group or age range. So,
I mean, you probably were.
I was.
Let's see.
Oh, sorry.
And
okay.
So Danny lived in the yellow house, and I don't know if you were around back in those days.
Yep, I was.
I'm just kidding. I mean, you probably were.
I was.
Let's see. And how old were you when you enlisted into the Navy?
Okay, so what do these questions? These are not hard questions. This is.
No, I'm building up.
So
My cat's wanting to come on.
Then I'm gonna tell you now. I'm not answering those questions. You said you had hard questions. Let's answer those.
Hold on, let me get my cat. My cat likes to sit over here with me. Come on, come over here. Come on. Come, buddy, come. Okay, you got to put my cat there. God.
And that's pretty much Terry Lynn, I mean, I will say what you see is what you get. And, Holly, could you imagine their conversations? Oh, let me get my cat. Oh. And then Julie, crying on the other end of the phone. Woe is me, even though she steps in shit every chance she gets on purpose, She doesn't dodge the shit. She steps right in it. Unbelievable.
We probably should have done this face to face. I don't think we could have handled it.
Tell me, we would have had fun.
Oh, I don't think we would have had fun. I think we would have been scrapping out in the yard. No, we didn't.
Once again.
No, you don't know me very well.
It's not even that. I don't have to know you. I've already told you. I don't put hands on women.
Okay, you've told me that. Like I said, you told me that. Just saying, you told me that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm pretty sure that I know that you've done a psychological evaluation, which I know you're not going to admit to that. It's okay. Have you ever? So you've never. So the allegations that you choked this young man, all those things, that's bullshit. Everybody that said that they've seen these things, they're liars. A teacher that may come up with something that maybe it was said to them, they might be a liar too. Is there any truth or anything that you've done that you know is wrong?
Nope.
No. So you're perfect.
I never said I'm perfect.
Okay. So you're not perfect. Okay. So the neighbor that heard you call him names, they would be telling the truth of what they heard, right? Yes or no?
No, but that's okay.
I just asked because those cameras would not, the ring things back there would not lie. Why would they come forward to say those things if they were lying? I'm just curious if you didn't say it. If you said it, just tell me. Do I like the word? Hell no. I despise the word. But if
and once again, my answer is no.
Then why did they say that you were doing that and you were yelling at that young man?
And then here's the thing. Then that's news to us, and that has never been brought to law enforcement. If they have, that'd be great. Tell them to take it to law enforcement.
I just don't understand why. I mean, this is crazy. Okay.
Some of the crap that people are coming up with, yes, it is very far-fetched and interesting to hear.
Okay, so you will be on your Zoom tomorrow. Yes or no?
For what?
Well, I know that. Well, you've got court.
I have court.
Absolutely. I stay on the game.
That's fine.
Are you excited about that? You're a little cocky here. I mean, I see you. Let me ask you, have you ever been called a narcissistic son of a bitch at all in your life? Because I'm going to have to call you one. I've been
called all kinds of names.
Hell of a narcissistic son of a bitch, and I think I'd have to smack the shit out of you. That's why we could never do this face to face.
Lack self-control.
No, I like self-control.
No, that's what you just said.
No, I don't like self-control. No,
that's lack of self-control.
I don't like condescending assholes.
Well,
I just don't. I don't.
Terribly sorry.
And why in the hell would you have cameras? Are you into voyeurism? I mean, only
why
people
do I
that
have
have
cameras
inside the home, it would be voyeurism, in my opinion.
So what does stepchild and bloodchild really have much to do if they're in your home and you raise them?
You didn't raise him. No, wait a minute.
Raising. I didn't say raised. I said raising.
Raising. Well, let me stop here. That it would be Seth's son.
Yes, you are correct.
And Katie's son.
Yep. And my stepson.
Correct.
Yep.
You asked him to call Mr. Chris?
No, I didn't. And so here's the best part of this.
Where does this shit come from?
Hold on. Here's the best part of this. And see, this is why I said you should do this with my wife present, because I'm sure my wife would love to hear some of the things that you're saying. I'm sure she'd let you know real quick that no.
She put her on here. I'd love it. Look, she ain't nobody gonna let me know anything real quick because I come right back.
Well, I can tell you right now, once she's sleeping, I'd have to go wake her up.
Well, no,
But right
let
now
her
she's
sleep.
sleeping.
Let her
Yeah, thank you. Exactly.
But there are many.
All right, so it's interesting that Katie was able to sleep just like a baby. Her son's missing. She's just able to just snooze away while Chris is out and playing with Terry Lynn. You know, I think it's very odd. Again, I just can't relate as a mother. I wouldn't be able to just sleep like that. And, you know, again, I don't know if she's on something to help her sleep, right, Tina? So I get that part too. But it's it's very unnerving knowing that Katie was able to just sleep just fine, everything's good, you know, and that's coming from her husband, right? Who is you know, got a voice that carries through the house, in my opinion. So thank you, Witchy.
Families that have been through this, and I've been through it with them. I know.
And don't get take this wrong way, but it's horrible. This is a thing that nobody should ever in their
I
life have
know.
to
It's a
experience.
club they don't ask to join.
No
Their
joke.
kids have been murdered. I know all about this.
Right now, we don't know anything about
I'm not saying
we're
he's
missing.
murdered. I
So
didn't say that. But I know about this club because I have a lot of parents I do speak to that I'm trying to help them get justice.
Okay.
And start searching. So get out there in the morning and start searching for that baby.
Okay.
What? What's the deal?
What's the deal? So
There's all. Do you drink?
No.
You need a beer or something. Take you a glass of wine. You'll be all right. Take something. Again, I'm not saying that you're into voyeurism. I'm just saying.
Well, I'm not going to confirm whether there are cameras or not cameras in my home.
Well, you basically did already.
No, I didn't.
Well, you did.
How?
Yeah. Do you? I think you say shit. It's like,
no,
do you
I
say?
just simply answered your question.
You say things and you forget the shit that you say. Really, I don't know if it's because you're joking or that you think it's a joke or you're being funny or facetious. I don't know. But maybe you don't remember. Hell, I don't know. But maybe you don't remember. Seriously, maybe you don't remember. Maybe you did fall and hit your head. I don't know. I'm being serious. But you did.
Okay.
Do you not remember?
I've never confirmed or denied whether
Honey,
there are
don't
cameras
look
in my
on
house.
Facebook. We're here.
No.
Listen, we are supposed to protect our kids. Are we not?
We are supposed to protect our children. You are very correct.
We are.
Mm-hmm.
But we are not here to dominate them. And I mean, I know that you rule with an iron fist. I've heard you, and you're very controlling. You have a control thing, and I see that. I get it. Maybe it is from your career in the Navy. I don't know. But kids need to be kids. I get that too. I've raised 3 kids, great kids. Why wouldn't you want to search for him?
So I didn't say I wouldn't search for him. So if that's what you're insinuating,
That's just what I
that's
said.
exactly
That's
what
exactly
you're
what I
saying.
just said. I'm not laughing. I'm for real.
So here's what I'm telling you. Just because what y'all don't see.
There's no y'all. I'm one person. There's not 10 people inside.
Okay. All right, you're right. Hold on. Let me change my statement. Just because you don't see what I or my wife does doesn't mean anything. Because you're not holding her hand. You're not walking side by side. You don't know what we've done or what we haven't done.
What are you doing?
Well, we've got signs that were made that we got scattered across the state. We've got flyers out there. We've got people helping do billboards.
I've seen the I've seen the 2 billboards. I've seen those.
Well, you've only seen 2, but I can tell you there's a lot more than that because there were 7 from Memphis to Nashville on I-40 and 240.
I'll check it out tomorrow. Oh my God, you don't listen. Why are you yelling, honey? You
because you don't listen.
No,
Once again, you're
why
trying to
are you
steer a narrative
so upset?
the way you want to.
Why are you so upset?
Because you don't fucking
And why
listen.
wouldn't you have your boots on the ground? Why wouldn't
What do you mean boots on the fucking ground?
What? Well, honey, don't you know what that means?
Yeah.
Wow, he should know what that means. He's Mr. Military, Mr. Navy, Mr. I clean up after a tsunami. But he doesn't know what boots on the ground is. Hey, Jen. Good to see you, Seth. Thank you for being here. It's funny that he wants to get so pissy when people are asking him just a legitimate question, right? What have you been doing? And he talks about putting signs up, right? But then I did a whole video on that showing that there weren't any signs up. There were 3 from the route from Texas Roadhouse home on either route that you take. Hey, Laura. So, I mean, that's the thing about Chris, is that he gets so bent out of shape when you just ask him, well, have you ever been out boots on the ground to search for Sebastian? It's a legitimate question because no one has seen them out doing that, right? Because I'm sure one of their supporters would be there to take a picture like they were with SF Investigates on his drone. Crazy.
Calm your tits. It's okay.
I can't wait for this to be over with and we find out and we get all the answers. Because when we do, let me ask you a question.
What?
When we get the answers.
What? You want me to apologize to you?
You're going to go public and apologize?
Let me tell you something,
Are you
sir.
going to go public and
With
apologize?
your mouth, it'll be a cold day in hell.
Exactly.
Until you tell me the truth and stop being a narcissistic piece of shit asshole talking to me like that, hell no.
You said you got it.
Oh my.
Wow. All right. And I did share frying green tomatoes the other night because I needed some kind of a different story, right? Just something to watch. So I shared that the other night while I was taking a break. Oh boy. Thank you, Laura. I appreciate you very, very much. It's hard with the way that they're talking to each other. Jen's like they're low key flirting, right? And they really are, like, calm your tits and all this stuff. Like, what made her say that? Of course, I laughed about it, right? I did. When she said calm your tits to Proudfoot, it really made me laugh, and it still kind of tickles me to this day that she said that to him. But when we look back, we're like, are they low-key flirting? Like, talking about, I mean, I would just never talk about somebody's tits or whatever. Very interesting. The more I listen to CP's statements, the more I believe he is low IQ, in my opinion. I mean, and that's the thing. I don't know if he's playing dumb or as, much as he's doing it to be performative, Yeah, exactly, Seth. Guess it was a cold day in hell because she apologized. I mean, profusely, like, to the point of, smooching the butt there. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry over and over again. Little Miss Sharon. Yep. I mean, the thing about Terry Lynn is that she doesn't have a spine. She's a very spineless creature. She acted like she was this tough lady. All of us kind of were applauding her for talking to Chris, and matching that energy, right? But then we find out it's all performative. It falls short. And then you start listening and, I mean, again, she brags about having ties to the family in terms of bedpost notches and all of that. Yeah, it's not something that any one of us would want in our missing child's case. It's nothing anybody would ever want in any case. For someone to come out and make a mockery of it, make it about themselves. They're so close, he should definitely be respecting her. Right, exactly. Do you notice how Chris never publicly apologized to anyone? Out of all of the apologies that he's collected, he's never apologized to anyone, right? Out of everything he's ever done to everyone, he's never once said, I'm sorry for doing that, right? It's really sick. He loves the one-sided relationships, Yeah, exactly. I don't want him liking my team. I was like, what the Tina girl. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, well, he probably did say it to her at one point. Yeah, I mean, maybe so. I feel like he was flirting. TL was trying to get him mad. Yeah, Joe. I mean, it's very possible that she had a different agenda in the beginning, but I do believe that she was kind of playing both sides, right? Because she was being more, I guess, respectful, and that's, I guess, the best word that I can use. When she was talking to Seth, she was being very careful what she was saying, and then with Chris, she was just letting everything fly out, no matter what it was. In my opinion. He does try so very hard to sound smart, but he's not. Well, he's always like, well, let me help you out with that. And then he never helps us out. Annalise, it's good to see you. She says, I don't understand the amount of creators that have apologized to CP. My mind boggles. Yeah, he won't get an apologize. Excuse me, he won't get any apologies from me because I've done nothing but besides use his statements. So I've never put words in his mouth. I've always used his statement to base my commentary off of. Same thing with Katie. It's never been, I've never had to put any words in their mouth, nor would I, because of course I wouldn't like that done to me. But they have no problem doing that at all. But yeah, I mean, and I've never had any interactions with them, so I wouldn't ever have to apologize, in my opinion. Um, the proof is in the pudding. Well, yeah, and he does say that too, Tina, exactly. He says, let me make it crystal clear, but yet muddies the waters. Right. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Um, Yeah, and he wants people to kiss his rump, Laura, he loves it. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people that, feel either threatened or bullied into doing it, or, he'll find one little thing that maybe was misspoke on, because in this case, I'm just very positive that there's going to be things that all of us get wrong, right? No matter what our intentions are. Um we're just going to get certain things wrong in this case because we don't have the information that we need to, be of assistance. Um so when I think about that, I try to, you know, be humbled by that at least, and also continue to move forward to find the right information. Um, yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. That William Christopher guy is a big part of why I think that the Proudfoot clan is able to easily get away with information, or excuse me, easily get away with misinformation, easily. Uh, I mean, we can see that they were in a situation where there was lost camera footage, things of that nature. When those things happen, um, we always have to take note of it. It's not something that we could just easily forget, in my opinion. Um, so I know, Tina, I'm right there with you. I just can't do it. Um, I think he might be pervy to it all. He might be pervy to it all. That's funny. Um, I'm convinced these people are pervy. Just my opinion and speculation, says Sasha. Yeah, and I mean the thing is that there's RSOs on both sides of the family. Because I know that JLR was asking, how could Chris get involved with Katie? But then again, how can Katie get involved with Chris? Well, it's because birds of a feather. Um, Maybe they were, having coffee and, go and talking when they first met and realized that they had criminal, masterminds on both sides of the family. And not a lot of people are accepting of that when they hear it. Maybe they were a match made in heaven, in my opinion. I won't ever say sorry. It was their house. He neglected. Yeah, I agree with that. He was neglected. Exactly, Sandy. Installed things. So even if it's not guilty, he'll never. I will never say sorry. I mean, I've gone back and forth with, again, if Chris was in Memphis, did he have involvement? Did Katie have other people help her with this, and that Chris really doesn't, know about it, right? Um, I think that he'd have to have involvement, or at least guilty knowledge after the fact, for him to stay with Katie. Unless his narcissism is making it because he knows that nobody cares about him otherwise. If it wasn't for Sebastian's case, no one would know who he is or care who he is. And that goes for a lot of these people, like Terry Lynn. So she says that she helps all these family members out and things like that, but I don't see how she's helped anyone, in my opinion. There's no proof that she's ever done anything like that, you know. So they're not going to part. They got too much going on with each other, in my opinion. I think so too. I mean, like I said, I do think logistically for Katie to have pulled this off, she couldn't have done it herself. You know, there's just no way she could have done it herself. If she did, then we would have found Sebastian somewhere, you know, in the vicinity, even if she had, you know, dropped him off somewhere or what have you. I mean, I guess in the case of her bringing him to a school, she could have signed the paperwork on her own. I can see that. But she still would have had to have help, you know, in that process too. Sandy says she thinks there's 7 involved. Yeah. Little Miss Sharon says an Aussie saying shit sticks to the same rock. That's true. That is very true. That's absolutely true. Indeed. Says Kylie. That's funny. No, I agree with that. I agree. And it's just the way that it goes, right? In every situation. She only helps herself. When she was live streaming, she stayed in particular areas. I know because I have been all over the place handing out flyers and asking if people have seen Sebastian, you know, Seth. And it's just got to be disheartening to being that Sebastian is your son, and then Terry Lynn's out there saying he's not my son, he's not my son. And she said that a million times. You know, she would say that, you know, if she was out passing out flyers, people would ask if that was her son. I mean, maybe so, but I would think that that would be the first thing out of one's mouth if they were passing out a flyer for their own child. Like, this is my son. Can you help me find my son? Right? It's very different when it's not your child and you're doing it because you want to spread awareness. I have done that. And no one has ever asked me if Sebastian was my son, right? I mean, obviously we don't look alike either, but I don't think he looks like Terry Lynn either, you know? So, I mean, it's very difficult to hear that, right? Where she's kind of taking ownership or what have you in a situation where she really shouldn't have stuck her nose into it to begin with if she wasn't going to help. And, you know, I do remember her sticking to certain areas from when I watched her, you know, when I would live stream her, or excuse me, when I was watching her live streams and things like that. So, yeah. Well, I can think of a couple people that Clue looked related to, in my opinion, but that wouldn't be very nice of me to say. Here we say, if you stir the shit pot, you better be ready to lick the spoon. Oh my goodness, Witchy. Now that's a good one too. Yeah, exactly. And you know, sometimes it's okay to stir the pot a little bit, right? Shake things up a little, but in the same way, you know, there's a big difference in doing it with the correct information versus doing it with the incorrect information. Because then yeah, you should take a big helping of that yourself, you know? Exactly. I got a plane in Nashville, and a lot of people around me knew her, his story, but thought CP had gotten arrested already. I mean, I thought he was going to get arrested, and Katie. I thought they would be arrested in the first month. Honestly, when I heard the Duchess interview, and I realized that was the first one, because I thought that the Holly Thompson one happened before that, but it didn't. It happened the next day. And so, you know, I do think that I was under that impression too, that these two would have been, you know, caught. And, you know, here we are 2 years later. It's crazy, you know. Yeah, it's you know, clinically rotten person, in my opinion, Holly, getting infiltrating a missing child's case, and she still to this day plays games with, the interview that she did with Seth. I mean, why would you put that on under a private paywall and that sort of thing? There's no reason to do that. That information should be out for everyone, whether you were supportive of that person or not. Even when it comes to the content that I put out with Devlin's biological mom, Jessica, right? Even though I wanted to support her and let her tell her side of the story, and then things changed, right? Based on my own research and understanding more of the situation. I still would never take that down or privatize it or put it behind a paywall because I think people need to listen to it. I think that every side of the story is valid and worth listening to. And so I just never would do that. With Terry Lynn, she doesn't care about the truth. As a matter of fact, they want to hide the truth, in my opinion. They're not interested in helping, so Sandy, it's maddening. That's right. Sebastian looks like Sebastian. Hey, I think Sebastian looks like both of his parents. And I've said that before. I'll always say that, even, it doesn't matter who I like, who I dislike. I think that there's pictures that I could look at and say, oh my gosh, he's a spitting image of Katie. Or I could look at pictures and say, oh my gosh, he's a spitting image of Seth, right? And that's just as how it should be because those are his parents. He's taken after both of them. And there's nothing wrong with that. Personality wise, I can just see him being a lot more like Seth. In the same way, boys are close with their moms. So there could have been a lot of things that they shared together. I wish that would have been more of a focus for Katie rather than hearing about how Sebastian needs to wear more deodorant or these different little things that were, in my opinion, embarrassing for Sebastian. I would have liked to have heard more about that. I would have liked to have heard just more about Katie, again, searching for her son instead of getting her nails did, In my opinion, that would have been more productive, to use her own words. Annalise, thank you so much for becoming a new member. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. And welcome to the Dragon Tribe. That's awesome. Thank you. Where's FS plotting another fake video? I don't know, Laura. That's a good question. I think they're all going to be skeeving around, for this gathering of voices. They all want to, instead of doing something positive for Sebastian, they want to bring some negativity. So who knows what will happen in terms of that. So we can't find Sebastian, a wonderful young man. We are stuck with these weirdos, and who knows what's next with the weirdos. My opinion, speculation. I mean, we never know what they're going to come up with next. We really don't, Sasha. It's kind of like, let's see what happens. I heard that there's a guy, Charles Ramsey. I don't know if you guys remember who Charles Ramsey is, but he was a guy that in the auto-tuning the news era, where we had like auto-tuning the news, which they were doing like funny news clips, right? Because people being interviewed on the news, sometimes they're funny, right? But they're also serious because they're being interviewed about serious situations, which this man, Charles Ramsey, was. He helped to rescue or, allowed for this 911 call to happen for a girl that was being held captive right next door to him. And he's like, I barbecued with this guy and I listened to salsa music with this guy and I can't believe this, this had happened. And so he's decided to team up with, I guess, Crime Time Buzz about Sebastian's case. I just don't know what can be brought to the table. So again, it's weirdos everywhere. And I'm not calling Charles Ramsey a weirdo or Jay from Crime Time Buzz a weirdo. I'm just saying, like, let's put a search on, right? Let's go look in likely places if we're going to do that and not just, piggyback off of like an old news story. I just, again, it's something that I hope that it's not another ploy for clicks and views and, bogus people coming in. If you're going to help. If you're not, then maybe just find something else, because I just don't see how that's going to be helpful, in my opinion. Not that I want to knock anybody that's trying to help. I don't know. It's just weird. SF didn't even come. Did he? He knows Mob is so much better. I don't know if he came. I don't keep tabs on Steve Fisher. I think he should be reported for the things that he's done. And that's, the way I feel about him. I don't keep tabs, Sandy. I haven't even heard anything about if he was there or not, honestly, come to think of it. Yeah. Well, he's just a cute baby, just such a cute baby. Oh my goodness. I don't know. Sebastian just has that way about him. Yeah, I think Sebastian, I think the person that Sebastian is a kind of person, my mom would say is a hardy person, where it's hard to get that person down. And I don't think that Sebastian, lived his life, in a way that he let others, dictate who he was or his happiness. And I think that's what's really special about Sebastian. I think that he was happy most of the time, but even the happiest person or the hardiest or, most jovial person out there, if they're in an abusive situation, it steals the light, little by little. And I think that Sebastian, even though he was living with a freaking energy vampire, he did a really good job of still being happy and still smiling and still going about his business, going to school, and that sort of thing. But I think also the isolation got to him. I mean, when you only have, when you only have reprieve every other weekend, it's tough, right? I mean, it's gonna take a toll on anybody, no matter how happy they are normally. And so I think that was taking a toll on Sebastian, and that's why he was telling people, telling his teachers, telling the counselor, so it's just sad, Brenda says these interviews with Katie and Chris just infuriates me all over again. How can anyone listen to them and not want to help Seth? I mean, I know, and that's the thing. Seth again was being very, in my opinion, candid with Terry Lynn, right? Terry Lynn was kind of being sneaky and asking stupid questions, in my opinion. And Seth was just kind of trying to, get everything out about his son and answer the questions to the best that he could, Yeah, Nano, somebody had sent a video of her going live with Charles Ramsey and someone else. I don't know. It just kind of looked a little bit click and viewy for me. I hope that anybody that comes in can help. It doesn't matter to me who comes in and helps, just help. But I just don't, I'm not making the connection, because, this poor guy, Charles, I mean, he was just living his life, and he was just, hanging out with his neighbors, barbecuing and, blah, blah, blah. And then the next thing you know, some girl is coming out of hiding and he's like, I didn't even know like anybody else lived in that house other than the guy that I would, I was friendly with, so it's not like he's, cracked the case wide open or something that he did, help to find these ladies. I mean, these ladies rescued themselves and he just did the right thing and called 911. And thank God he was there. Thank God that he was a good Samaritan, right? But I just don't understand how it fits. You know, I don't see how it fits into helping Sebastian. Um, I can see how it would help gain viewers and clout for Mr. Ramsey, right? But I don't like that because that's in my opinion not what Sebastian needs. Sebastian needs to be found. He doesn't need more people that are just trying to use his case to um build up their name and stuff like that. So, um, if they're going to do something, what's the plan? What are we doing here? Are you going to get a team of searchers together? Are you going to have boots on the ground? Do you know SAR teams that you're working with? What is the outcome? You know, that's right. Yeah. Aw, Sandy, that's nice of you. She says, Seth, you are strong, bud. That's love. Love is your strength. I think love is all of our strength. I really do. I think our superpower, our strength is our love, our compassion, our hearts, right? Our souls, who we're made of, is our superpower, our strength. And I think that, that's the way that we are going to find Sebastian. I think that's the way that we are going to take a stand against what we believe to be corruption and unfairness in the system. And I think that's, what we can do to shine through is to bring that love in, because hate's not going to win over hate. Then you're just both wrong. But if you bring love in to the mix, it's a whole nother ball game. Which he says, I don't think they will divorce solely because they know too much about each other and spouses don't have to testify against each other. Boom, witchy. That is another very good point that I can see playing out in this case, and the reason why they may have stayed together, right? Because they both have dirt on each other. I can see that being a reason, for sure. You know, because KP can't stand she knows and turn on CP. She's in too deep, but KP can roll on. Well, yeah, because they would roll on each other. I could see them rolling on each other. Um, you know, so aw, Holly, for sure, definitely. Oh, that would be awesome. I love you like a prima too. Aw, thank you, Holly. Is law enforcement ever going to check second generation ever? I mean, I don't know. They might have already checked into it, Sasha. That's the thing that I think that I'm actually going to do a live. I've been planning it with a friend of mine, and I want to do this live because I want you guys to understand like the process that law enforcement goes through, and how sometimes, well, many times, and it's the smart way to go about it, that process is going to be hidden from the public. And I think it's going to be a very good, informative live that we're going to take a different perspective on things, because we, the people, we see a situation where nothing's being done, right? Like, because we think nothing's being done, but actually there's a whole lot of things going on behind the scenes that we cannot be made aware of, because it could um, mess up the integrity of an investigation, right? But it doesn't stop us from wanting to help, right? And so that's where it can really be tough, right? Where we feel like there's an opposition with law enforcement. And sometimes there needs to be more done. And sometimes we need to point it out and, let it be known and fight for what's right. But then other times, we're fighting against those who are actually trying to help. And so we hate to be counterproductive in that way. So that's right, Miriam. Thank you. Or I'm sorry, Marion. That is right. Love, patience, empathy, understanding will always bring out the truth. I agree with that. And I think that's why it's so important for us to understand what the truth is, right? Because there can be multiple things that are true at the same time, right? Like people can have good intentions and then something could go awry and it could be, it could blow up and be a bad thing. And, that's when you have to be like, well, this is what happened, and people can understand it better once they know more of the details. But I agree. Patience is a big one. I like to think I have love and empathy down. Patience is hard for me. I've struggled with patience my whole life. I'm not a very patient person. So I understand like the urgency that builds, right? Because it's like we got to get it done. Time is of the essence. We need to have this case solved. There's so many missteps that happened in the beginning, and I think that really sent things out of whack. And I would really like to see again us bringing it back to policies and procedures. And when you have a missing child, we have to keep everything on the table until we can get rid of it, right? So not to be repetitive, but I believe that in the beginning, Katie should have been taken down to the station, and all of this should have been happening simultaneously, right? Let the guys that were out there searching for Sebastian be out there searching for him, but bring mom to the do not let anyone in to contaminate the crime scene or the place where Sebastian went missing from, right? The house should never have had anybody in there, no foot traffic besides law enforcement, period. Not even Seth. I'm sorry, Seth. But I think maybe you would agree with that. I think that all of the parents should have been corralled down at the station, and they should have started picking them off like, okay, you're good. You were obviously at work. The stepfather, okay, and I understand that digital evidence, because people can say whatever, but the digital evidence doesn't lie. Once we can verify that, but you still have those initial statements and you still have everybody separated. It should have never been Chris was on the phone with law enforcement half the day while he was driving home. If he had nothing to do with it, why is he talking with law enforcement? Right? They should have been talking with Katie, and she should have been at the station, and they should have detained her for questioning until they could have verified her story. And they could have simultaneously been looking for Sebastian. But they didn't do that. Instead, they let everybody in the house to gallivant around the house. And they never sealed it off or did their due diligence, in my opinion. That was a huge mistake. Huge mistake. Thank you, Seth. I never, I never want to just be like, well, it's everybody, but really it's everybody. I mean, because that would have made it a lot easier for law enforcement to determine who had involvement or who didn't, right? Because I mean, they were going and they were getting all of the camera footage from the neighborhood. So very early on, they knew that they didn't have any evidence of Sebastian leaving the house. Very, very early on, way before we could ever imagine, and at that point, they had already contaminated the crime scene, though, so even though they were doing what they were supposed to in some areas, they were making huge mistakes, in my opinion, in other areas, and we can't go back. So that sucks. I mean, it just sucks. It was a missed opportunity. So Marion, that's funny. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if I was born early or not, but I've just always had problems with patience, I'm like, let's get it done, and I always thought it was because I grew up, mostly in Chicago, and it's very fast paced, so I just always figured that was part of my my impatience problem. I knew this case was not going to be treated correctly with Ellie as soon as I found out that Seth and KP were not allocated as a liaison officer to help them get through all the stages. Yeah, Anna, I think that would have helped tremendously too. I just think that law enforcement kind of facilitated a bad vibe right off the bat, because it is more difficult when you don't have the nuclear family intact, right? When you have a mixed family, that is going to cause more issues in trying to figure everything out, right? So all three parents being there would have been the best case scenario in the beginning to get everybody's side of the story, so to speak. You know, that house and property should have been quarantined. Yep, with only detectives and forensics allowed behind the tape. I agree with that completely. Yeah, because that way they could have gathered everything up. Because if we think about the time frame, even Seth, where Katie gets home, say 7 o'clock from the Texas Roadhouse, give or take, right? I don't know the exact time. But she gets home from the Texas Roadhouse at 7, and then she calls in to report Sebastian missing on the three-way with Chris, what, about 6:30 a.m., right? So it might seem like a lot of time, but it really isn't. In the grand scheme of things, it's about a half a day's worth of time that we've lost, right? Or that something could have happened in that time frame, right? Either on the way home from Texas Roadhouse or that night, or in the morning there was a handoff or something. um so yeah, I mean, I just think that if they would have quarantined off the property, they could have had every bit of what they needed, and nobody would have contaminated that area, because there wouldn't have been time for Katie to do, say, a deep clean if something bad happened, right? There wouldn't be enough time for everybody to cross every T and dot every I if something nefarious happened, or if they did decide, to have Sebastian taken by somebody to a school, or a type of facility, because I have to use school lightly with those places. It's a facility of, in my opinion, not a school. And so I just think that would have been the key time frame where they could have collected every bit of evidence, and then there would have been no questions later on, right? Because you at least preserve that. And I agree, Seth. I mean, it's got to be most frustrating knowing that they did not do that. Just other people, dropping things in carpet fibers and different things. I mean, we shed DNA all the time. That's why we see that assailant with Nancy Guthrie's case, they're completely gloved up. They tried to cover every inch of their body so nothing could be identifiable, but also so they weren't dropping evidence, right, of themselves being at the scene. And we've talked a lot about it before too, Seth. No evidence is evidence, and if there's no evidence at all, that means somebody could probably cleaned it up. Somebody got rid of the evidence. Yeah. Ugh. Brenda says, should have read them their rights, detained them, and interviewed them. But if Katie said she wanted a lawyer, all questions stopped. Yeah, but I think that would have been a good indication of Katie's guilt also, though, Brenda. See, that's what I mean. Put them in the hot seat, right? Put the lamp on them, right? I know they're not really allowed to do that stuff anymore, but I mean, put them in, because it's a much different environment to be questioned in your home, in the place where you feel most comfortable, right? Your own sanctuary, than to be questioned in a room at the police station, right? There's a little bit more pressure on one, and that would be any of us, right? We're all human. So I mean, if I'm being questioned in my house, I feel more comfortable at my house than I would be in one of the interrogation rooms, even if they didn't read Katie her rights right off the bat, even if they took her in to interview her, and then as the interview process was going, if they were asking the right questions, right, if they were really trying to figure out whether this was a abduction, a runaway situation, a parental situation, any of those things would have been more easily obtained through Katie being at the station, because she's not in her own environment, and I think that they could have had more time, like Seth said, to get the house under control. Nobody else in there, just only what happened between Katie and Sebastian, because the fact of the matter is that Katie and Sebastian were the last ones in the house together. Chris hadn't been there, according to everybody else, all month, right? So is his residual DNA going to be in the house? Absolutely. It's his house. It's where he lives. But there shouldn't be any fresh DNA in the house of Christopher Proudfoot if he was not there at all. But those are things that they had to identify and collect right off the bat. They missed the opportunity. And again, when it comes to the questioning, having her in that room. They could have started it out as an interview and then read her rights when they were realizing, okay, this stuff is not jiving, right? This is not connecting. This doesn't make sense. We feel like we're being lied to, right? But they never took that opportunity. It was all hands on deck to find a runaway. And that was another big mistake. God, it's a catastrophic mistake. It really, yeah, it lost the integrity of the investigation, in my opinion, right off the bat. KJ says, I'm in the bushes cleaning house, but I need to say that from my understanding, the right not to testify against a spouse does not apply in the case of a missing child. Oh, okay. Well, thank you, KJ, for that. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I would have to brush up and see what Tennessee law is, but I would imagine that, in a case like this, it's like tell the truth or else, kind of thing. I don't know what else would be you're arrested. But I mean, tell the truth. It I think that they could have really used each other as leverage, right? And I think Seth would have felt more comfortable too. I know I would if I was in a room talking with a detective by myself rather than having Katie and all of her family and friends around me where I have to, be careful with what I say, right? Because I'm sure the way that Seth received the information, and I just even heard him talking about it on a short the other day, that somebody was playing, just that he got a call from Chris, a text message and a 911, right? But they didn't call 911, and I can't imagine how weird that would have been being in Seth's position, right? You just got off of work, you get this don't be mad at me, but Sebastian's missing, and then you haul ass over there to the house just to find the evidence or the crime scene contaminated, people just gallivanting around the house. It had to have been a very tough position to find oneself in, right? I mean, completely blindsided, in my opinion. How can Sumner County find out if it was at work or if he was working out of their jurisdiction? Wouldn't they turn the case to FBI then? And what's the reason for not clearing Seth? It's very bizarre. I think they don't want to clear him because they don't want public speculation to go out of control. But I think if they did do that, they could have at the very least draw Chris and Katie out of their confident little spot that they're sitting in. Because if the police were to do that, there would be no more room for error, in my opinion, right? Seth was at work. He got a phone call saying, don't be mad, Sebastian's missing. That should, be very clear to everyone, in my opinion. There's not much more room for error, especially if he's working an hour away, under lock and key, really, working in the jail. Nani says Sumner County Sheriff's Office made critical mistakes that I had thought LE learned about not making after yes, the JonBenét Ramsey case. Yeah, umpteenth years ago. I know, Nani, you would think it would be like in the playbook. It would be like, okay, what not to do in an investigation? Let's not contaminate the crime scene. But, that's like first day stuff when they learn how to be a detective, I would think, So I agree with this too, Sasha. Any other law enforcement agency would clear someone on camera far away at work with no digital connections very quickly. So why is Sumner County not clearing Seth? It's strange. I mean, and that's why I'm going to call for that, action to be taken. Please clear Seth, I don't think that that's too much to ask, I know, Holly, it's amazing to me. It's amazing to me. They need to figure out, I'm telling you, if they find out where all that clothing was bought, right? The backpack, the mask, right? Even the shoes. Look to see what brand shoes those are. It looks like everything's brand new, especially the holster. That is something that you could tell was taken, right out of the packaging and used right away. So they need to get on that because that's how they're going to find their guy or girl, whatever, whichever one. So, KJ says digital evidence of what though is Katie proven to have gone home right after the Texas Roadhouse just because her SUV went home and just because she made a sense to prove herself to be home the next morning. Well, and see, that's the thing, KJ. That's one bit of information that I was listening to on Crime Time Buzz with Charles Ramsey. Because Crime Time Buzz was saying that Katie's iWatch was doing something, but we've never seen that digital evidence ever. That has never been confirmed to the best of my knowledge. And if it has been, please send it to me and I will share it because I think it's important. We've never seen that digital evidence ever. And that would be evidence of Katie's heart rhythms and things like that that would show us whether she was sleeping or whether she was up doing shit in the middle of the night, but to the best of my knowledge, we've never seen that physically ever. It was only put out in pure speculation, and it's never been a fact of this case. Did Katie have an iWatch? Yes, she did. We saw it at the Texas Roadhouse. Did law enforcement take Katie's iWatch and, download the information off of it in order to prove things down the line? We have to remember, we were told that law enforcement has a mountain of evidence, and I do believe that. I believe that in my heart of hearts that they have a mountain of evidence. I think that the key evidence that they are trying to find is Sebastian himself, right? Because Sebastian will tell us what has happened to him. And I just, again, even if we find out how Sebastian got out of the house, we got to figure out what happened to him next in order to find him, but again, there's devices on our vehicles that hold that information, especially with the newer vehicles. So I do think that they have a ton of evidence to work with, even though there was a lot that was missed. And I think they might be protecting that's another side of the coin too, Holly, is they might just be protecting the proud feet. There is such a high level of corruption in that area in the state, and even on a larger scale in our government, as you were pointing out too earlier, it's just across the board. It's not like we have like an isolated incident here. So and Joe says, I think even if it's reported as a runaway, they should treat it as a crime scene. Look how many are reported as runaways and turn out not to be the case. Yeah, I agree with that completely, Joe. Yeah, I know what you mean. Treated like, yeah. It doesn't hurt to simultaneously look for the child and collect evidence at the same time, right? I know it's all hands on deck, because they're trying to search for Sebastian, but they even had Good Samaritans. Speaking of Good Samaritans, in the town that were coming out to assist. And so, you utilize those resources, having people go door to door. They could have taken the best detective and had that detective detain the subjects, right? Make them sit in a room. They don't have to be priority to get to them first. First person is Katie. The other two gentlemen, even Seth, father and stepfather, can wait until we get Katie's story. Then we go in and we talk to the stepfather. We go in and we talk to the father. In the meantime, when Seth is telling an officer his name, his phone number, his address, his profession, those 4 little questions, right, is going to identify that. And Seth says, I just got off of work. He's probably still wearing his work clothes, right, from being a corrections officer. So they could have quickly made a call over to Davidson County Prison and gotten his whereabouts and cleared him in the first hour, in my opinion, right? Pending digital evidence, being secured and things like that. But that's exactly what they would be doing at the police station, is handing over their phones. All of that should have been done right away. And the fact that it wasn't is a big problem area. I've never seen a house clean that fast. Yeah, exactly. Well, I heard about the cleaners coming over, but again, that was something I didn't ever get like hard proof on, so I know, Nano. It's hard not to have the conspiracies, isn't it? I mean, it really is. It's hard not to, because of the way it was mishandled, in my opinion. You know. Oh, thank you, Marion. Oh, hey, 5D. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. KNC planned it because they knew they have friends and family in LE, and they would cover up and lie for them. Conflict of interest. Someone else needed to take this case. I think that is a big one, because I know there are connections that run very deep in that family. And I think that's what really kind of thrusts us into a realm of conspiracy and a conflict of interest, right? Because of the close relationships in law enforcement. In Gus Lamont's case, police have cleared 3 out of 4 people, and 3 of those people live in the same house. See, and that's what I mean. I think that's where people are getting more and more frustrated with the process, right, Little Miss Sharon? Because, typically we see people getting cleared well before this 2-year mark, right? And the fact that we're still asking for that to happen, I don't think that we should have to ask. I think they should narrow it down a little bit for us. But again, I think they're not, because I think that they don't want the public speculating against Chris and Katie even more so. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong, though. Thank you, Little Miss Sharon. Yes, 5D, we're so glad to have you here. Thank you. And your video was great. It was a great comparison, kind of looking back on the 2 interviews and how they were conducted. And yeah, that was really interesting. I do love the comparisons, because it really helps us to understand, the differences just back to back, So I know, and that's the thing, that triple the suspicions, all of it, all of this adding up makes it more and more suspicious, which is unfortunate. Because, at this point we should really have a better grasp on what could have happened to Sebastian. I keep thinking about Chris Proudfoot and him talking about these cameras, these license plate readers, things of that nature that most of us don't think about. Because again, I'm neutral when it comes to people taking pictures of Katie while she's out. Would I like it done to me? Not necessarily, because they're not going to take the best pictures, right? I'm not ready for it. I'm not smiling. I'm not even, aware that it's being done. So, again, it's very odd. It's kind of like paparazzi-ish, right? But again, we're on camera everywhere we go. If you guys go to a Walmart, you're on camera. We go to Walgreens, on camera. We go into a Publix, we're on camera. We go to Taco Bell, we're on camera. We go to McDonald's, we're on, it doesn't matter where we go, we're on camera. And so to me, it's kind of like we just expect it, especially nowadays. And so, I mean, to me, it's not that big of a deal. But the fact that when we do catch Katie on camera, she's parking in a handicap, she's getting her nails and hair did. Those are things that, we don't expect, right? We expect Katie to be looking for her son. We expect Katie to be holding a flyer. Because I'm going to tell you, I'm a girly girl. I'd like to get my hair and my nails done too. And when I go in there, I talk to those ladies and we talk each other's ears off, right? And even when there's a language barrier, I've had, my one lady that did my nails for years, it was either her or her husband that would do my nails. And, we would always try to conversate with each other, even though we had that language barrier. So, Katie could absolutely have been walking into that nail appointment, hair appointment, facial hair removal, whatever it was, with a flyer. We don't see that. That's a major issue, in my opinion. The handicap parking is a whole nother issue in and of itself. But the fact that she's not interested in spreading the news about her son, it is a problem. I would beg my nail technician. I don't even think I would ever have to even beg her to do it. They would just put it up, because that's just the kind people they are, or they were when I was going there. Yeah, I just, in my opinion, Katie is not doing anything to try to find her son, and that's the biggest problem that we have. And then I guess even moreover, she is not taking the time, even when she's on these other platforms, to spread the news about her son. She's too busy either hiding in the background or saying ignorant things under her breath, or mocking the efforts of others who are doing the best they can to try to find Sebastian. It's very sad. Oh, 5D says, in my opinion, those pictures look staged by C and K to try and use that in court against anyone under lies. Oh, okay. They cannot be trusted at all. They love and enjoy setting people up. I agree with that too, 5D. I do think that they enjoy just going after people who are searching for the truth. I think that it's something that they think is going to take the heat off of themselves. And so they continue to do that. And they've enlisted help from people who are more than willing to facilitate that, which I don't know who's worse than that. I mean, at least Chris and Katie have something to gain out of lying and setting people up and causing trouble. I don't know what these other people have to gain other than monetary gain. But how do they live with themselves, is what I always ask myself. And then also, what's in it for them? Because they're right there with Chris and Katie. Yeah, she took the magnet off of her car, Sandy. Yep, in less than a week. Yeah, but she's okay to keep that handicap placard right on there. Oh, yes. Oh, that's just fine, because it's using it to her advantage, It's crazy, The gall of her to say YouTubers should be more efficient looking for Sebastian while she goes and gets her nails done. I mean, Brenda, I can't stick up for that. Like, there's no way for me to be like, Brenda, that's not right. I have to agree. I can't look at it in any other way, in any other light. I mean, I get it. We all need to get pampered every now and then, right? We all deserve to do self-care. I'm a big advocate for that, and caring for oneself and feeling good about oneself. But at the end of the day, I mean, I don't have a missing child. That just wouldn't be on my list of to-dos. Get you a pack of Lee press-on nails and press on. Go look for your son, in my opinion. Nani McPoppin says, at this point, short of having Sebastian return to his dad, I'd accept having some level of trust that Sumner County Sheriff's Office is doing their job to the best of their abilities. But unfortunately, I don't. And, Nani, I wish the same thing. I think a lot of us would be happy with that result, right? Just having a little bit more faith in law enforcement would go a long way for most of us. Most of us want to believe that they're doing their job. But then when things are going to the contrary of that, it is absolutely hard to believe, you know? And I'm hoping I can get more clarity on that, as I go to stand with Seth at the Gathering of Voices and everyone else who's going to be going to show love and support. I hope that more clarity comes to us. I hope that maybe this is a little push that's needed. I hope that they can understand where we're coming from and we can represent ourselves as being people who are only looking to find Sebastian and nothing else, right? I think that that is what we have to focus on. And I hope that that brings the focus back onto Sebastian if it's not already there. Because it's hard to believe it is, especially when they don't come out and tell us anything. I think there could be a big renewal in law enforcement if they were to come out and clear Seth, because I think that way we understand that they're marking people off of their list. They're doing something, they're being more transparent with the investigation and saying, okay, we've done our due diligence here. Yeah, I it would be better than the opposition, So. Well, and the thing is that Katie and Chris are very confident because the laws have been seemingly don't apply to them. Because last time I checked, you have 4 CPS reports. There's all of this turmoil in the household. For them never to be held accountable for the abuse is unbelievable. Like, I can't even explain to any of you how that translates or how that makes any type of sense. Because I think that anybody in that position would be in trouble. Even to the point of allowing for your spouse to be abusive to your child is on the mother or the other parent in the household, right? Like, if it was Katie who was abusing her son, then Chris should be held accountable as the other adult and the other person in a position of trust in the household, right? It's on the parents. And I mean, that's coming from someone who has been through domestic violence and who has had a daughter that was, that had to witness some of that, right? So it's on both parents. And I don't want to victim blame anyone, but in the same way, it is up to the person who is being abused to leave that situation. We have to push for that. We have to push for that. It's a big part of her being entitled, Holly S. Absolutely. Just parking in the handicap spot like that is very entitled. And, especially to get her nails done. What if somebody else needed that parking spot? It doesn't occur to Katie, right? Because she's wholly selfish and all about herself, Nani McPoppin says the use of a handicap placard that's not for KP is 1, an illegal act, 2, found to be highly offensive by the vast majority of people. Only those guilty of doing the same wouldn't be offended. I agree with that. Nani. And the thing is that, I always wondered, in the beginning why Katie would park there, park in the handicap. Then people were like, well, because Sebastian has autism, then she probably was qualified for that. But I also think that Sebastian has different abilities, right, with his autism, with his chromosome deletion, but it doesn't impede him to walk anywhere. I think he was doing a great job of walking and making it around to places. So again, I just look at it like, what if there was a little old lady that, had driven herself up to grab, something to eat, and, she was in need of that space more than someone else. but you'd have to think about others before yourself in that scenario. And we know Katie doesn't do that, in my opinion, from her own actions, is why I believe that. The last official press release from LE was when they came out and did the FBI/TBI/Sumner County release when they were talking about let's see. This was part of the release, right? Because we see the timestamp was frozen and things like that. Um, you know, on the infamous lights video or flashlight video or however you want to say it. That was the last time they came out officially and made any type of a statement. But it also rubbed people the wrong way because they were still they had changed it to, not being flashlights, that it was, cars on another street. So they were saying it was a trash truck to begin with. It made things so hard because they came out and were saying things before they knew what it was too, which also is problematic. So I wish they would just come out and give a better update than that, because that didn't go over as well. But I think that they do have a mountain of evidence. And I will say, I was talking with someone else locally, and I found it to be interesting too that there's so many cameras all around that area of the Texas Roadhouse. They would have to have gobs and gobs of evidence from those. Like if anybody had done any funny business over on the other side of the bushes, anything like that would have been caught on camera. Just a matter of them getting it. So, yeah, I'm surprised that's such a good point, Scranton. I'd expect KP to be wearing a Sebastian t-shirt instead of a pizza restaurant t-shirt, just in my opinion. Yeah, it was like it's a gas station pizza hoodie, or not a hoodie, sweatshirt. Very odd, you know. Hello, I'm a cupcake too. Good to see you. Ask where the cell tower dump is between 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. on Saturday and Sunday. I would love to know that. I would love to know that too. I think that holds a ton of information, a ton of information. So, yeah, KP even said Sebastian loves to run. Yeah, and she was talking about how he loved to run, laps, and then she's like, my son's not a runner. All of these different things. It just muddies the water so much, Scranton. I agree. Brenda says I could see if he had a meltdown and they needed to leave in a hurry, she might need the permit. Oh, I gotcha, Brenda. That makes sense. Yeah. But when Sebastian is not with her, it would be a violation of law for her to park there, in my opinion. Yeah, I agree. And I think she probably knew that that was wrong. And I think that was probably the source of her embarrassment. Not that she wasn't looking for her son, or she was going for um, a day of self-care. I think it was more of that as well, where she was caught up using that handicap placard, and that is just not a good look. Not a good look at all. Holly says if this or if that is Sebastian's handicap placard and she's still using it in order to park closer to the building, I am completely speechless right now. I mean, I agree completely. I mean, there's no excuse or reason to ever do something like that. It is absolutely god awful to think that a mother would be okay doing that when her son's missing and that was his. And then she's okay to use it now. Yeah. There are no words, 5D says there's no way that any law enforcement can allow for KP and CP to just harm and disappear someone else's child and just to try and pretend like Sebastian never existed. It's disgusting. And I agree. I think it's absolutely, again, god awful, that they're able to get away with this for so long and not have any type of repercussions, and just to go about life and not even just go about life. They're very vocal and a very big part of the true crime community. out here on YouTube and not doing anything at all, in my opinion, to help find Sebastian, spread awareness, none of it, you know? So, yeah, well, and that's another good point, Scranton. Yeah, meaning he loves to run, so he has no issues walking from a regular spot. Yeah. And again, I wasn't thinking about what Brenda was saying if they had to leave in a hurry, something like that. Um might be useful, right? Like if they had to park close to the building for that reason. But with Sebastian not being, in Katie's care anymore, I mean, she shouldn't be using it is, absolutely correct. Um, and if I had been the person that took the photo, I would have called LE minimum $200 fine for parking in there illegally. I think that would have been the right thing to do. Because again, there's people that actually need to use those. And I think that would have been a good um, idea to report that behavior because it's wrong, and it's illegal. Um, I think people in the town notice, definitely. Definitely. And I think that they are too, Holly. I think that they're so bold and brazen in their confidence. It's absolutely gross. It really is. Um, I think that sooner or later there's going to be an arrest in this case. I just wish it was sooner rather than later. Um, I really hope and pray for that because Sebastian deserves justice. Seth deserves a peace of mind. Everybody deserves to know the truth and see justice prevail. I think that's what many, many of us want. And when we see things like this, it may seem like petty or nitpicky, but really at the end of the day, it shows how grotesque the situation has actually gotten and how confident and bold and brazen these two have become because of the lack of action. And that's why I feel it's so necessary to go and voice our opinions and show our support because it's just there's so much wrong. But I also, in the same spirit, want Sebastian to know that we're not going to stop looking for him. We're going to keep going. Because there's no other choice other than that than to keep looking. And if Sebastian's out there and he can hear it, I want him to know that he's loved. I want him to know that there's people that want him to be home. I think that's just so important. Yeah, yeah. Holly says, I think this is the most attention either one of them has ever gotten. Probably the first time they've ever been or ever had a social life. Yeah, I agree with that. I think they consider these creators their friends and a social circle. I agree with that 100%, Holly. Especially when we see how these other creators who are in the same boat are so excited to see them and, greet them and, oh my gosh, they're at my house. It's, almost like fucking Ed McMahon showed up to her door or something. It's a little disturbing, to say the least, but, yeah, yeah, absolutely, Laura. She likes to think she doesn't stink. And Katie does put on airs about herself, she really does. And I don't think they have that much money. But even if they do, that's no reason to treat other people like crap. Holly says Duchess said that she was on the phone or texting with Chris when Silvers pulled up and she thought it was funny. So these people are on the phone all the time. Yeah. I mean, that is very strange. Very, very strange. I mean, I can see setting up a live stream with a creator, or if you're going on a panel, you want to discuss some topics, you want to talk about things that maybe you're curious about, but maybe you understand that the person might not want that on the record. And so, yeah, taking that time is understandable, but they're like connected, at the hip always 24/7. It's beyond bizarre, and disturbing. you know No, I don't think they would ever make Sebastian go back to that house. And as a matter of fact, even when they found that little guy RJ and they were promising him he'd never have to go back to the house, I could see that playing out um, in Sebastian's case. Absolutely. Oh, definitely. Oh, they love bomb him, and also, giving them views, giving them clicks, that's the takeaway in my opinion that they're getting. Behind the scenes, yes, I think that there are connections and friendships that have been made, but again, I don't understand if we're dealing with somebody, it's two people who have been, former military, and they say once you're in military, you're always in the military. For them to act the way that they are and to align themselves with who they have, um, it just speaks volumes about who they are, you know. 5D said, did you hear Crime Time Buzz was saying that CP said that Sebastian is hidden until 18? If that's true, they still should be arrested for making Seth suffer on purpose. They will reap what they sow. I think so too, 5D. And my take on that, I know it's been said several times by Chris Proudfoot that, Sebastian might just reappear when he's 18. I think that's something to take the focus off of finding Sebastian, so people think that that's what's going to happen. I don't foresee that happening. If it does play out that way, then obviously we could see that it was planned to play out that way in the event that it does. But on top of that, I don't think they're going to skate any responsibility for what they've done, if that is in fact true, you know. Well, yeah, and I think Clue said that she was supposed to be at the hair appointment with Katie, but she couldn't because something else happened or something like that. So, really interesting, CP thinks she was being followed or stalked. Nope, I think that person was already there, saw her come strolling up, living her best life, no teen to worry about, and took the picture, in my opinion. I think so too, Scranton. I think they were just sitting in the parking lot over by them, you know? I really do. I do. Um, yeah, I know, Nani, and I think that's the major problem. If they would have came out and were honest about what was going on with the lights video and all of that, it would have quelled a lot of the speculation, and it would have also helped us to start looking in other directions. You know, I guess it was okay for us to be busy with that while other things were happening or something. But I do think that it's important to, you know, hold the integrity of the investigation close to the vest. But then again, I think it does help to clarify what can be clarified, you know. So yeah, I heard about that too, Nano. I've heard they are related in some capacity. But yeah. Yes, so we're still going. I know. I'm right about to sign off until later on tonight. And Witchy says that that's parental alienation. I agree, and I think the parental alienation was going on even with the CPS reports, which by them not naming that Sebastian has a whole father who loves him and who had 50-50 custody of him, you know. So it's awful. Yeah, that's what she was saying, that they were supposed to go to the salon together. I'm like, "Oh boy." Um, oh good, Backwoods. I'm glad you were able to come back in. I thought Big Bad Katie was a fit MMA fighter who what does she need to protecting from? Well, I mean, that's what I'm wondering too. I mean, the thing is about Katie is she does act like she's so, BA, badass, over there, but then she's scared. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, yes, there are things that, you should be worried about, or if somebody's following you, I don't promote that kind of thing, but I do think it was more or less that someone was in the parking lot by her, you know. Oh, Tina says, I don't think that's going to happen. CP shook his head no the whole time. He says Sebastian's going to walk through that door knowing he never will. I mean, I don't think so either. I really don't. I think it's more of giving too much weight to one of Chris Proudfoot's statements. You know, unfortunately, I just don't see that happening. You know, yeah, I agree. I agree, Laura. Absolutely. Absolutely. Who cares really where the photo was taken? Just shows who she is, in my opinion. I'm sorry, this makes me mad. No excuse, in my opinion. No, I know. And it's maddening because of the whole situation, right? And as we approach the 2-year mark, it doesn't make things any easier. You know, if anything, it just um breeds more contempt, you know. So, well, and that's the thing, Holly. She is not affected in that way in the slightest, you know. So, and I don't even know if Katie was actually an MMA fighter or if that was just something that people were putting out there. But you know, Katie was fit. In some of the photos that I've seen of her in the Navy, she was fit. But I mean, you have to do calisthenics, you work out every day. You know, you have to stay fit when you're in the military. They don't let you be, you know, overweight and, you know, sluggish, because they need you when they need you to deploy, and they need you to be fit and ready. And so that sounded like one of those, like, you know, meals that you put in the microwave, fit and ready. All right. All right, guys. Well, I appreciate all of you guys being here. 5D, thank you so much for coming in and chatting with us. I appreciate you and your video, and thank you for letting me show it today. You know, guys, let's just keep pressing on. You know, the more that we can dig into this, the better. But I just would, you know, encourage everyone to follow the facts, you know. That's what's going to help us in even trying to be on the right track in this case, you know, because there's just so much going back and forth and everything. It's just so hard to weed through all of the crap and get down to the, you know, nitty gritty, get down to what we really need to be focused on. So I appreciate you guys bouncing ideas off of me, and thank you, Witchy. Thank you so much. I think it's so important for us to, you know, discuss these topics. And you know, the more that we do, the more that we're going to kind of think of things. You know, I'm always amazed by some of the things, and thank you, Little Miss Sharon, some of the things you guys bring up, and I'm like, oh yeah, thanks for bringing that up, because I was thinking about that the other day, you know. But yeah, I just appreciate your guys' insight, and thank you, 5D, for everything you're doing. I mean, it's so difficult covering this case because there's so many things that are just utterly grotesque, and I just appreciate people when they point that out and they see it for what it is, you know. Marion, I'm going to try to get back on here around probably 11:30 tonight. So yeah, I know. I know, just run it straight, run straight through, right? No, backwards. I gotta take my dog for a little walk and show him some love, and you know, get him together. But I also, you know, wanted to come up with some interesting topics for tonight, and hopefully I can get a little bit more details from Devlin's case, and we can share those here tonight as well, because I think that would be great for us to do that. And thank you, Nano. Thank you so much. You have a blessed evening as well. And thank you. Much love to you, Nano. I always love seeing all of my early birds here. You guys are amazing. Thank you, Laura. And thank you for being here, blaming the dog. I'm praying with you guys. I'm praying with you guys. Guys, that's the biggest thing that we can do is pray together, you know, because we're all in different parts of the world, different parts of the country. You know, that's right. Yeah, we got to eat. We got to eat something. You can hear the beagle crunching away on his dog food sometimes, or lapping up his water here. But, you know, I mean, oh, wonderful, Marion. Thank you. And, you know, but I mean, that's the biggest thing we could do is just pray together. and put our heads together, theorize. And, if there's ever anything that you guys want to bring into the conversation, feel free to do it. I think that's so important for us to do that, because again, there's things that we're all thinking about, our brains are working. We might see something in another case and, oh yeah, what about this for Sebastian, and that sort of thing. And then another thing that we can always do is pass out flyers. So I would like to get this is Devlin's. So Devlin Tate's flyer. If you guys want to pass it out on social media, that is the easiest way to help. Just takes, a couple thumb clicks. And same with Sebastian Rogers. We can get his awareness spread out to everyone. And then ask people to share it out too. So it really helps more than we could ever imagine for awareness purposes. So we'll definitely get that out too. So please, please, please share the flyers, put your heads together, say prayers, and I will see you guys all. Hey, IML, good to see you. I will see you guys all tonight at Night Court. Thank you all so much for being here.